Josh Dover today. I am Anilo Piro, one half of the program this morning into the afternoon alongside my main man Jake Shapiro, who's filling in for Cecil. We like to call it Shapiro and Piro. We do the YouTube show here at Denver Sports. Jake obviously writes for the website. I do the social, and we'll be rocking and rolling with you guys for the next couple of days here as Dover and Cecil. I don't actually, what are they doing? I don't know. Dover was in yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he's back, I think, Friday. So the rare midweek little hubbubaloo.
That's not if I'm taking time off, that's the opposite of the way that I do it. Like I'm actually out starting Thursday. I'm taking the long weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not coming in on a Monday. I'm not dealing with Sunday scaries just to have to go to work on Monday and then be off for a couple days and come back Friday.
I'm always appreciative of the person who puts out in about September how to maximize your Christmas vacation.
Yes.
By taking out, like, you could take off 4 days here, 2 days here, and all of a sudden you're out for 15 straight days of work. And I'm like, I'm happy for this person who's able to do this, but the Broncos play on Christmas. I ain't taking Christmas off.
I wonder what my Christmas is going to look like this year, to be honest with you. My dad's trying to do like this big old family vacation, and I'm like, it's Broncos Bills. We're going to have to figure something out with that. But yeah, I yearn for that calendar when it comes out every year of like, you take this day off, you get that day off, and away we go. Try to maximize. Probably shouldn't be saying this on like airwaves for the corporations that are listening out there, but I don't always install the game plan. I always try to, tailor it to my personal settings and my personal preferences, but there's a template out there for those who seek it.
And a lot of templates are out there for people who are going to watch a big game. I know a bunch of my friends were cooking up steaks, getting the party ready Saturday night just to wind up watching that gigantic farce of a Conor McGregor fight. But
oh, man,
that's not how I do it, AP. Not for a McGregor fight. Last night for the home run derby, that's when I cook up the pasta, I cook up the steak, I get the salad all going, and I'm ready to watch some dingers. Last night was a giant night on the sports calendar for me, my wife, and probably like 25 other people out there.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And look, no Hunter Goodman participating in the home run derby last night. St. Louis Cardinal Jordan Walker wins the home run derby last night. And I believe it's you get $1 million bonus, I believe, if you win, or like a payout. I don't know if bonus is the right word, if you win the home run derby. I saw something online that's like more than he's making this year on his rookie scale deal, which is crazy.
He makes $790K a year.
Like, imagine that. Like in $790K, nothing to sneeze at. Like, if I could make $790,000, like, I'm feeling pretty good about myself, right? But like, imagine having that in the bank and just, playing on that rookie scale contract, and out of nowhere, one night, one opportunity, Eminem style, you're going out there and you're making $1 million and you're topping your year-long salary.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much money these guys were making off of this. Everyone who participated made $150K. The longest home run made another $100K, which was Wilson Contreras last night. The people who reached the semifinals, I believe, got $250 or $300K, and then the other finalist, which was Kyle Schwarber, and it was a really interesting event where Kyle Schwarber, in his hometown for who he plays for, the Philadelphia Phillies, was playing in the finals. It seemed like we were going to get the great story, but he even made $500,000. So turns out one of the most lucrative events you can partake in as a Major League Baseball player is the home run derby, and it makes sense because it is probably the biggest event outside of the World Series that brings everyone in baseball together, the American League, the National League, and brings a national audience attached to it because baseball is so regional.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. And what is it? The NBA, if you win the NBA Cup, each player gets like what, $1 mil something?
$1 mil.
It's $1 mil flat.
Yeah.
So I mean, you kind of look at it from that perspective, and obviously, like, you're gonna make more money if you're like, you could be, the third string center on the New York Knicks. Like, who's the guy that like they thought at the parade like was not a member of the team and he was getting like arrested by the police or whatever? And
he got Bo Byram.
Yeah, he got Bo Byram, right? And it's like that guy made $1 million probably from just being on the NBA Cup team too. So it's like it's always interesting, but I think the World. Or not the World Cup, which is going to be a banger game later today between France and Spain. Cannot wait for that one coming up at 1 p.m. But I think the big thing for me, Jake, is like the home run derby, to your point, kind of has like a little bit of that old-timey charm and novelty. And I know they've switched up the format a lot, it seems like, over the years. I know there was a new format once again this year, but it is just kind of like that midsummer, it's just like spectacle, right? It's like fireworks.
Well, in that format last night was more akin to the one I was accustomed to growing up in the original format, which I liked way more. It was swing-based. You got 20 swings, and if you hit a home run in your last swing, you kept going. That was kind of the money ball. And for me, I grew up in a time where it was hit as many home runs before you get 10 outs. And an out is anything that is not a home run, basically. And them switching to the clocks the last 15 years where you got the timeout with the Gatorade and guys are trying to just get as many swings off in 3 minutes, I thought it was both tiresome to the players in terms of fatiguing, but also untraditional to baseball. And it's funny to say this about a home run derby, but to me, anything that includes a clock in baseball goes counter to what I enjoy about baseball, which is it takes me to a time that does not have time. I don't want to be thinking about time when I am watching America's pastime.
So you don't like the pitch clock?
Oh, it's the worst thing.
I love the pitch clock.
I can't stand it.
I'm in on that.
Why?
I don't think we need to throw the first 12 times in a row.
That's different. That's the pickoff rule.
Well, I'm sorry. Step out of the box is what I meant.
That's also a different rule.
That factors into the pitch clock.
It factors in, but they had a step out rule before the pitch clock, which was you could only step out once per at bat. You couldn't make.
I don't know if that was enforced, bro. I feel like guys were like it was batting glove adjustment. Like I like it's kind of like ready set golf. It's like ready set hit. I don't mind it. I don't think it's deteriorated the integrity of the game that much. I understand you and your old timey soul, but
I go to the Rockies game. I sit down. I go back and get a hot dog. I come back to my seat. It's over.
You're not wrong.
So quick.
It's. I think it's good for watching on TV. I think it's terrible for the in-person experience.
Yeah, and I don't really care. I mean, I'll watch baseball on TV anyway, but I don't really care about the TV audience. Baseball isn't a TV audience sport, in my opinion. It's meant for the person in person, which is why I thought, sitting there, if you're at Philadelphia last night, differently from when I was at Coors Field in 2021 for the Home Run Derby, which I covered. You're trying to track, how many minutes are left. You're looking at a clock. You're trying to figure out if it went over the fence or not. It's too hard to track. Maybe with it all on screen on TV and there's graphics and everything set up for you, you can track it all. But in person, I just want to know, was it a home run or was it an out? And that's as simple as it can be. And I liked the format last night. And I hate anything with a clock in it in baseball. And I'm really appreciative that baseball has done one thing to go away from going, we need everything to go quick, 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 quick. Not surprising enough, they were on Netflix last night. They don't really have to care about the TV times. It was Netflix.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I do. And look, I see it both ways because I was one of these guys that was, a purist and a traditionalist for so long. And I still find myself leaning towards those tendencies too. But a texter brings it up here on the 2898. Like a 4-hour game with a final score of 3-2 is brutal.
Oh, that's my dream.
Oh, no, that's not absolutely not. I'm trying to get over and done with at that point. 3-2, it's one thing if it's a back and forth affair and a gazillion runs here.
Quality starts on both sides. That sounds like a great game.
Yeah, but we can get that down to 3 hours.
Scratch a run across,
get that down to 2:45.
I mean, my dream for a baseball game is to have, and I designed this, and I looked into this. It would have to be in the far reaches of the northern United States, whether it's Seattle or Boston, probably around July 4th. Include maybe a little bit of a rain delay, but extra innings, and you're playing the 16th inning as the sun comes up. I dream to be at that baseball game. That is my goal in life, is to be. And I'm not talking about the Alaska game where you're playing up all night. I'm talking about the sun fully sets.
Yeah,
you're in darkness, and it comes back out in the brightness. I actually did a story on this, and funny enough, talking about Philadelphia, the only time in Major League Baseball history a game has been played in morning twilight was in Philadelphia for a 4th of July game, and they still shot off the fireworks at 5 a.m. as the sun rose.
Really? How many innings was that? There had to have been a rain delay.
It was a doubleheader, rain delay included. Yeah. It was the 7th. It wasn't even that long. It was the 13th or 14th inning.
Wow.
Which now seems like a lot because of the extra innings runners, but that wasn't that bad back in the day.
Because I want to say it's mid-20s, right? It's the longest regular season game.
Yeah, I've seen some 19s. I've seen a Rockies one go 18 a couple times. The minor league one was famous for going, 35 over multiple days. I think Major League record is 21, if I'm not mistaken.
Longest MLB games by innings was a 26-inning 1-1 tie between the Brooklyn Robins and the Boston Braves in 1920. So we're going.
And you know
why
back. It was a tie? The sun went down, and they didn't have lights.
There was one. I feel like, here we go. Longest game in Major League Baseball, a 25-inning marathon between the Chicago White Sox and Milwaukee Brewers that required 2 days to complete. That was in 1984.
Yeah.
And there was that playoff game between the Dodgers and the Brewers.
And I think that might have been 21 or something like that.
Dodgers Brewers?
And there was that Astros White Sox game in the World Series too that went for forever.
Yeah.
I think it was 2005.
Well, Let us know your thoughts on the home run derby. I thought it was a good one last night. I liked the kind of revamped format, I guess is the best way to put it. Shout out to Jordan Walker last night. I love seeing Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies not winning their own ballpark. That was poetic to me.
You.
Yeah, it's just me. I know you don't like anything.
I was booing.
Well.
I was booing.
Did you see, by the way, real quick, and then we'll hit a break? The fans in Philadelphia are booing the kids that didn't catch the fly balls in the outfield.
We need more of this. We need more booing in sports. I envy Philadelphia.
I would agree. I think we become very soft when it comes to, like, obviously, we want to keep it respectful to a certain degree, but like when it comes to like, it's like a big Care Bear out there when it comes to how we treat the sports.
Not enough children out there, by the way, seeking home run balls, seeking the fly balls that don't make the home run fence. Like,
really?
Remember when we were kids? It was like a horde of like 70 kids that were chasing every fly ball. I felt like there was like 15 teenagers last night.
All right, well, let us know your thoughts on the RamosHot.com text line 303-713-1043 if you want to get involved with today's program. Anilo Piro in for Josh Dover, Jake Shapiro in for Cecil Lammy. When we come back, a Denver Bronco, a big name, better than Lamar Jackson. We'll tell you who that is.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here. Summer is here. Tee times, perfect drives, and days on the greens. But if joint or back pain is keeping you off the golf course, it's time for you to discover Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. This non-invasive treatment helps reduce chronic pain so you can get back out there. Book your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770 or visit them online at regenrx.co.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, rolling along here on a Tuesday. Anilo Piro and Jake Shapiro in for Josh Dover and Cecil Lammy. Hope everyone is doing well out there. We got Alex and Kev behind the glass. And we got some interesting news for a member of the Denver Broncos, cracking the NFL's top 100 list for the first time, Jake. And we'll get into this egregious, well, what I think is egregious ESPN executive poll that came out yesterday that you and I disagree with. We'll get into that in a moment. But for now, Courtland Sutton, for the first time in his career, makes the NFL's top 100 list, coming in at number 68, Mr. Shapiro. And Courtland Sutton's a guy that I think is always kind of, I don't know, I feel like he's been underrated in Denver. I feel like he's certainly been underrated across the NFL. So to see Courtland get his love, I guess you could say, at 68 and crack that list for the first time is a pretty significant step for him.
Yeah, it's cool to see Courtland Sutton get some love. I've always been a fan of Courtland Sutton. I'm the guy that drafts him every year in my fantasy team because I always have appreciated what he has done for the community and how he has come back as a player from some devastating injuries. I think he's just got a good head on his shoulders. I've always respected the way he's played football, and the last couple of years to see him have that type of production that we all knew was within him and had escaped him, again, for a couple reasons, whether it be injury or bad quarterback play, and get the reward of finally making a playoffs as a guy who was part of that era of bad Broncos football. It was really cool to see Courtland Sutton get some of that success over the last couple of years.
Well, here's what they write at NFL.com. Bo Nix's trustiest target, Sutton has now logged back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons for the first time in his 8-year career. Accolades have accompanied Sutton's increased production, catching passes from Nix, as the 30-year-old is fresh off being named to his first Pro Bowl since 2019 and now makes his long-awaited debut on the NFL Top 100. Sutton, a monster on money downs with NFL leading 15 explosive plays, which is plays of 15-plus yards on 3rd and 4th down last season, should enjoy even more room to make a difference in 2026 thanks to Denver's acquisition of Jalen Waddle. 2025, of course, Sutton played all 17 regular season games for the Denver Broncos, 74 receptions, just over 1,000 yards receiving, 13.7 yards per reception, and 7 touchdowns for Courtland Sutton. And look, I want to focus on Courtland being on this list for sure, but I think the last little note there that is put out by NFL.com rings true. I mean, you got to think Courtland Sutton is going to be set out for a monster year. You're talking about your fantasy football production. Like, that's a guy that I'm looking to draft as well, just because I think all eyes will be on Jalen Waddle. And the fact that Courtland Sutton has this rapport and this relationship with Bo Nix, I think the sky's the limit for Courtland Sutton here in year one of the Jalen Waddle era.
I'm happy for you that you believe that Courtland Sutton is due for some sort of incredible statistical year, and there's a lot of reason to believe it, as you laid out, and I do believe Courtland Sutton will have a very good year that's productive to the Denver Broncos. As far as fantasy football, I would stay so far away from this Denver Broncos offense.
As a wide receiver 2 or a flex, though? Like, I'm not saying like as your lead wide receiver.
I do not
Gosh,
trust.
you sound like Cecil right now.
I do not trust Sean Payton to distribute the ball to the type of targets.
Sean's not calling plays.
Come on.
Sean's not calling plays. Oh, you should have
Come on.
seen the heated conversation Phil and I got into about this with the big ESPN article last week. We had Seth on. Like, I think Sean has a heavy hand in it. It's kind of like Ratatouille, right? Like, Sean's going to be the guy with the big hat on, like the short guy who's, selling out to Gusteau frozen burritos and all that kind of stuff and runs the kitchen. But it's going to be Colette and the French guy and the dude with the thumb that are actually calling the plays.
Wow,
That's
that's
my
elaborate.
comparison.
That's
Yeah.
elaborate over there. Can you put that in Minions vs. Monsters terms for me? You haven't seen the film yet?
I have not. I did see Toy Story 5 over the weekend, though.
Some are calling Minions vs. Monsters a triumph.
Really?
Yeah, my wife did.
Well, your wife's a big deal.
Yeah. But I look at the Cortland Sutton in regards to fantasy football, and I look at what Sean Payton's done historically when he has multiple weapons on a football team, and they just get such great distribution across the board. These players, he spreads out the offense so good, which is great for winning football. But in terms of fantasy, you want a guy that's going to be Cooper Kupp going out there getting every single ball that's thrown. That's just not what's going to happen in the Broncos offense. So yeah, Cortland Sutton might be a guy that, again, gets 1,000 yards for a third straight season, which is valuable, especially in fantasy football. But I'm just not one to believe that, looking at Cortland Sutton's statistics, that he's going to get 125 targets plus again next year. I don't think that that's going to be true. I think that number is going to come down, especially in a world with Waddle, especially in a world where they want to incorporate more running and Evan Ingram as well. So that's the fantasy breakdown. But like I said, it's really cool to see Cortland Sutton ranked, and it's funny because he's ranked right above Lamar Jackson.
And that's where I was going to go next. I mean, like, this is less about Cortland Sutton. I think 68 is probably appropriate for Sutton, but the fact that Lamar Jackson falls all the way down to 69, down 67 spots, by the way, is, I don't even know what to make of that.
Lamar was the second player the last 2 years.
Right.
Not just last year, the last 2 years in the NFL top 100. And I looked at this. Obviously, Lamar had a really bad year last year. He just struggled. I think 69 is crazy to have Lamar
That's
all
insane.
The way down there. But I think with Cortland, if you look at how many receivers were within the top 68 last year, that would have placed Cortland Sutton as the 15th best receiver in the NFL. Obviously, this list will be a little bit different. Do you think Cortland Sutton's one of the top 15 receivers in the NFL?
No.
Okay, so then he's way too high on this list.
Yeah, and you know what else I'd make the case, and I'm not trying to tear down Cortland Sutton when I say this, like, the only other Bronco that's appeared on this list is Zach Allen. I think Zach Allen, who's at 73, maybe a more impactful player at his position than Court is at his, and I think Court's just steady. Like, I'm not trying to bring Cortland Sutton down. I think Cortland is just like that very solid peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? It's like, what do I want for lunch? Okay, I'm going to get a PB&J. It's never going to let you down, right? But it's not the Italian sub. It's not a Philly cheesesteak. It's nothing exotic like that or something that's special. Like, Cortland Sutton is the definition of a steady wide receiver. And I think ultimately, going back to what we just said, I think Cortland's going to benefit greatly from Jalen Waddle, Jake. But
I mean, there are people on this airways talking about how Cortland Sutton's going to be the number 2 receiver for the Broncos. I've heard that. I mean, to Jalen Waddle.
You think Cortland Sutton's going to be the number one?
No. Wait, you think it's ridiculous that I think Cortland Sutton's the number 1?
Maybe not ridiculous.
I think it's 1A, 1B.
I think the assumption is Jalen Waddle's going to take the line. Like, if you had to pencil in on the depth chart wide receiver 1, that's going to be Jalen Waddle's name.
Okay, so your second wide receiver is the 68th best player in football.
It's a pretty good problem to have. Not a problem, but that's a pretty good situation to find yourself
that's also
in.
why I don't think it matches up. But I think Cortland Sutton's 1A and Jalen Waddle's 1B.
Does 68 seem high, low, or just right to you guys back there, Alex and Kevin?
I think it's a little high, especially considering where Zach Allen landed on this.
That's
who
where
I think
I'm
should
at,
be a lot higher than where he's at, especially given that there's so many more elite wide receivers than a Cortland Sutton. He is very steady, but to put him at 68 over Lamar Jackson is a little bit too high for me.
Yeah, the Lamar thing, I think you have to just kind of flush that down the toilet because it's like, what are we doing putting Lamar at 69? But yeah, 68, Kev, I think seems a little high for Court.
I mean, he was 13th in receiving yards last year. He's literally right behind Justin Jefferson in receiving yards.
Yeah.
But Jefferson missed half the year.
And the quarterback situation with Jefferson, too, which is kind of more
Jefferson
impressive
played.
for Justin Jefferson.
No,
yeah.
Jefferson played. He played in all 17.
No, the quarterback situation.
No, right, but Jefferson, I was mistaken because Jefferson played, as Kev just said. Jefferson played, but he was not apparent for most games because of the quarterback situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe a little high than we would expect
for a guy making his debut too, right? You think you're like you saw on the other ESPN coaches poll, right? Like Benito was like number 10 on edge rushers, right? Like maybe something in the 70s, 80s for Courtland Sutton, like 68. And I know we're talking like low 60s here, but that does seem like a little strong.
I mean, I would swap him and Zach Allen right away, but I would put Zach Allen way further up on the list though. The way this guy's played at the defensive line position.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy
quarterback hits.
I wouldn't mind putting Zach Allen in the top 20.
Wow, over Benito? Would you put him over Benito?
Who's putting more pressure on the quarterback? Who's more impactful?
Yeah, Zach Allen.
I'd take Zach.
I think Benito's got that higher ceiling, but I think Zach Allen's the more consistent player. We got a text here from the 2898. Is high good or low good? The lower, like 68, right? Like 78, like we're working our way up to 1.
But that's a great question.
It is.
In this case, is one lower or is one higher?
No, 1 is like best player in the league.
Yeah, but is one lower or is one higher?
Oh, I see what you're saying now.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, 1 would be higher.
1 would be lower. It's
Explain.
better, but lower. 1's a lower number than 69, so lower would be better. It's like golf. The lower number, the better.
Okay, yeah, I see. It is kind of confusing.
Yeah, I always love that.
Yeah, no, but Courtland Sutton at 68. I think that's interesting. I'll look up for the rest of the show too, where some of the other wide receivers are that are on this list are. But yeah, I agree with Kevin and Alex. I think like Zach Allen, I would flip flop the two at least. Like I think Courtland Sutton, or I think Zach Allen, is a more impactful player at his position than Courtland Sutton is at his position. And I don't mean that as a jab towards Courtland Sutton. I think just Zach Allen's a guy that can game wreck, a matchup. And I think Courtland Sutton's a nice complementary piece. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would just look at it, the wide receivers, and I would wonder if Tet McMillan, A.J. Brown, or Zay Flowers, who have already been listed, are better to you than Courtland Sutton, and that's the way I would look at this.
All right, let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line. When we come back, Jake Shapiro has an egregious take that I know will fire up Broncos country about these quarterback rankings from ESPN. We'll break that down next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
The Drive is heading to Aurora Hills Golf Course on July 17th from 2 to 6 p.m. Zach By and Philip Lindsay live from Aurora's original municipal course, a centrally located gem with great course conditions and reasonable fees. Live broadcast at Aurora Hills Golf Course July 17th.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has stood beside Colorado families after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion won, we know how to fight for you. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WillHiteWins.com. That's WillHiteWins.com.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business through and through. Owner Ron Gibbous gets the privilege of working with his sons. Great for him, great for their family.
It has built our family relationships. I did it to work with my sons. When I started the business, I had a full-time job already, working 4 on, 4 off, and the 4 days off, I wanted to be with my boys. I wanted to teach them how to work. I wanted to spend time with them. I wanted to build our relationships, and it has totally done that.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is double, D-O-U-B-L-E. Text double to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's double to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so ESPN on Monday morning dropped an interesting list. It's kind of in line with what, not kind of, it is in line with what they've been doing the last couple of weeks, which is top 10 players at different positions across the NFL as voted on and pulled on from different executives and coaches and people and trusted sources around the league, right? So yesterday, the quarterbacks came out, and Jake and I kind of debated this. You guys can check that out, Denver Sports YouTube channel as well, Shapiro and Piro, if you want some additional takes and back and forth and content on this. And it came out that the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, I don't have a problem with the top 5. Again, this is voted on by different league members, executives, coaches, all that kind of stuff. Top 5 makes a lot of sense to me. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. But somehow Lamar Jackson's number 5 on this list, but number 69 in the NFL Top 100, Jake.
Also.
Oh, you got to turn your mic on, buddy.
Yeah, that was a rookie move. Put me down the list. This is the difference between execs, coaches, and scouts versus players, which I think is fascinating to point out here. And as somebody who has a lot of experience covering sports, I often appreciate the executive opinion more than that of the players, because the executives look at things really unbiasedly and coldly and evaluate things that way to win, whereas players are often biased to either themselves or what they've seen on the field or the couple times they've been playing. Heck, think about us. When we are watching Sunday football, we're watching every single game. We got our eyes everywhere. When Alex Singleton sits down to watch Sunday football, he might catch part of Sunday night football at the end of his day after playing for the Broncos.
If he's lucky, I don't even get to watch. If I'm lucky when I cover a Broncos game, I'm back at my place for like the tail end of the third quarter of SNF.
Right. So the player's opinion to me is not the most interesting one. I'm more interested in this quarterbacks list because it is done by people that evaluate things for a living.
Well, here we go. 6 through 10. Dak Prescott at 6 is kind of crazy to me. Justin Herbert at 7 is also kind of crazy to me. For reference, Bo Nix finds himself at 18 on this list. 2 of the next 3 names are where I get really kind of put sideways on the situation. They've got Drake May at 8.
Drake?
Jared Goff at 9, which I can understand, and Caleb Williams at 10. And so those are two guys from Bo Nix's draft class that they're saying or voted on or polled on that are ahead of Bo Nix in these rankings and considerably. The argument that I'm trying to make, and guys that are not in the top 10 that are also very good quarterbacks, you're talking about Sam Darnold, who just won a Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. So there's some big names that did not crack the top 10. Drake May at 8 and Caleb Williams at 8 and 10 to me is absolutely crazy to me, Jake, because I cannot sit here if I'm looking at it through the prism of Bo Nix. Drake May's not 10 quarterbacks better than Bo Nix. Caleb Williams isn't 8 quarterbacks better than Bo Nix. So I'm not necessarily upset with where Bo's at on this ranking. It's how they have Drake May at 8 and Caleb Williams at 10 that rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm also upset that Drake May is 8th on this list. Because Drake May should be 4th or 5th on this list.
Oh my gosh, bro.
And there's no disputing it.
That isn't who are you moving on this list? You're going to put him over Lamar?
Yeah.
That's insane, bro.
Drake May was one vote away from being MVP last year. He was one vote away from being MVP.
Yeah, like I said in the tease, this is a take that I can't even begin to rationalize. Like, this has to be trolling. You have to be trolling.
He took his team to the Super Bowl after starting for a year and a half.
With a Charmin extra soft schedule, playing absolutely nobody. Look at his path to the Super Bowl. I mean, C.J. Stroud could not get out of his own way. Justin Herbert was wetting the bed in that game, and he goes up against Jarrett Stidham, who can't throw a pass forward. That is, like, literally the easiest path to a Super Bowl that I've ever seen. And what happened when they got to the Super Bowl, Jake? What happened?
You know what's easier than that as a path to the Super Bowl? Getting a bye, winning one game because of a call went your way.
Oh, come on.
Breaking your ankle.
Stop with the spin zone.
And just being there.
This is the most troll Jake anti-Bronco.
Troll.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That part was.
You think the Patriots, or you think the Broncos' path to a potential Super Bowl would have been easier than the Patriots?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
They had to beat Buffalo in a bad Patriots team. They had to beat Buffalo at home after a bye
You know
week.
as well as I do, it's kind of like the starting pitcher in baseball, right? Like the starting pitcher in a do-or-die baseball game gives up 6 runs in 3 innings, you're cooked for the most part, right? When your quarterback can't get out of his own way the way that C.J. Stroud, Jarrett Stidham, and Justin Herbert did, all you have to do is not mess the game up. Drake May, I don't think, did anything to win those games. He didn't mess anything up along the way. And then when he had to go up against a legitimate team and the Seattle Seahawks in the big game, and last year's NFL season was weird. I'll throw that out there too. But when he went up against Seattle, it was wraps.
Seattle was far better than him. He's a quarterback in his year and a half in. I'm not interested in evaluating his Super Bowl performance, especially when it seemed like the Patriots.
You're talking about a guy that's one. You're trying to put him as the 4th best quarterback in the NFL. You don't want to evaluate the Super Bowl performance?
He was hurt. We all know he was hurt. Patriots covered it up. We all know that. We're all aware of he was hurt. He was. Okay.
Bro, that's a crazy take.
He's way better than Bo. There's no disputing that.
Way better than Bo.
Yes! Off of last year, he threw for 400 more yards.
You want to make like a sandwich bet right now or something about who's going to have the better statistical year and more success?
I just saw it. Drake May was way better than Bo Nix.
Let's see how the schedule looks now and how he plays against these teams. And I know they got A.J. Brown, but I am not buying what Drake May is selling. I think the jury's still very much out. Very much out.
He's the best quarterback in the class.
No.
He is right there with the elite guys in the NFL after this season. He had a better season than Lamar Jackson did, arguably a better season than Joe Burrow. I'm not really ready to put him in front of Joe Burrow.
You were lighting people up on the text line, by the way.
That's fine. They're wrong. That's fine. And by the way, Jaden Daniels is better than Bo Nix.
No, he's not, dude.
What has Bo Nix done?
I could have a conversation. Here's what I will say. I could have a conversation about all these names. I can't definitively say one's necessarily better than the other, let alone 10 quarterbacks better.
I'm happy to.
I think you're tripping.
What is Jaden Daniels done in his NFL career what has Bo Nix done in his NFL career that Jaden Daniels hasn't?
Make the playoffs 2 consecutive years.
Okay, that's the one thing.
That's pretty significant in this league.
That is a pretty significant thing, but he was also hurt last year. He played 7 games.
Okay, but if I remember, there was some, like, I don't want to say holding out. He could have played more if he wanted to, but that season was over and done with.
Right,
Bo Nix has led his team to the playoffs pretty definitively 2 years in a row. And
definitively? How about those one-score games?
They won all of them.
Yeah.
You felt like was there ever
definitively? I don't think it was.
I think it was I mean, and I was one of these guys on these airwaves, ripping the Broncos about like the bottom's going to fall out. The bottom never fell out. The only time the bottom fell out for the Broncos last year is when Bo couldn't play. That's the true definition of value.
His best game was his biggest game of his career. I won't debate that. His game against Buffalo sold me. I love Bo Nix for that performance. I think he is the future of the Denver Broncos, and they are right for building around him, and there's no argument from me on that one. But to me, he's like the 16th best quarterback in the NFL, and it's pretty obvious that he's about 16. And the difference between 16 and 7 isn't much, and the difference between 7 and 18 isn't much, when you start to get to 19 and 20 and then on down to Shedeur Sanders down there at 32 or whatever he would be at, that's when it starts to jump off a cliff. To me, after about 20 is when it starts to jump off a cliff. So these top 20 guys, unlike where you were in the NFL 5-10 years ago, there are 20 good quarterbacks that you could build a franchise around. That's not been true in NFL history. So I don't think me saying Bo Nix is the average quarterback in the NFL is right there at 15, right there at 16, is necessarily speaking bad about Bo. I'll give you the fact that him and Caleb Williams have basically the same statistical profile after last year. I like Caleb's futures a little bit better than Bo's. Herbert, I'm with you. You know, that's a little bit high for me on Herbert as well. You have a lot of hypotheticals and ifs putting him high up that list. Like, there are guys you can knock down a peg. But Bo Nix also comes in one slot after Jalen Hurts, who won a Super Bowl like 3 years ago.
Yeah, which again, and my gripe with this list is not necessarily where Bo is. I think Bo's maybe a little bit low. It's just I can't sit here and legitimately say Drake May is 10 quarterbacks better. Than Bo Nix.
More than 10 quarterbacks.
More than 10. Or even like Caleb Williams. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that does not equate to me. Like, do I look at Drake May and say that this guy's got a future in the league? Absolutely I do. Same with Caleb Williams. But I can't say their future is necessarily that much more bright than that of Bo Nix.
But that's not what they're doing here. They're not evaluating the future of these guys.
But they're also saying where they're at right now, like in regards to standings of top 10.
Right, and I would say that
I think they're all close.
If he's about right on the list, he's about right on the list. No matter if they're close or not, you got to make a list. You got to choose.
All right, let's roll this over. We'll continue the conversation on the other side. Let us know your thoughts. RamosLaw.com. Text line 303-713-1043. Is Bo Nix too low on this list? Is Drake May too high? We'll continue next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts will have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Will your money last as long as you do? Retirement should be about enjoying life, not worrying about outliving your savings. At AJM Financial, we build retirement strategies to help protect and grow your savings, reduce risk, lower taxes where possible, and maximize your income in retirement. Schedule your complimentary retirement confidence review at 800-467-0737, 800-467-0737, and tune into Adam Moeller's Mile High Money Radio Saturdays at 8 a.m. on 104.3 The Fan.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic, our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some, so this summer they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get back into the ring here. Danilo Piro in for Josh Dover. Jake Shapiro in for Dover and Cecil. Before we do that, though, this Thursday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. Will be at Santiago's. Let's go, Santiago's. Get some breakfast burritos along the way. Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit one per person while supplies last. I can promise you, you're going to have to pay for them, but the burritos are not one per person. Go out there. I do that sometimes for like meal prep or just like lazy during the week. I'll buy like 5 or 6 Santiago's burritos. You put them in the fridge, put them in the freezer. They hold up great. And if you go to the location in Golden this week on Thursday, from noon to 1 p.m., you'll get one of our Denver Sports Training Camp t-shirts. You'll love to see that. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt.
/shirt. Yes. That's easy to remember. Cool.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm excited for that one. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town for a couple of these first drops, but I think when I'm back next week, there's some closer to the station. I'll be going to Santiago's and getting a couple burritos. So.
Yeah, I haven't even seen what the shirts look like around the office.
I haven't. Usually Richie was the guy that would, sport the shirt, and it was like, Richie's not here no more.
I wear all my old training camp shirts, and tell us in the comments what you guys, hit us up in the text line or up on YouTube, where you guys wear your shirt. I wear my locked and loaded Training Camp 104.3 The Fan shirt to garden, and I wear my Ready to Ride Russell Wilson Training Camp shirt to sleep often.
Ready to Ride, that's a classic.
It was a classic.
Is that your favorite one, Ready to Ride?
No, it's just the most they're all like the same level of comfortability,
Yeah.
but for whatever reason, I find that one a little bit more comfortable, so I sleep in it a lot.
All right, well, check out Santiago's and Golden if you want to get your shirt here on Thursday. All right, let's get back to this conversation, kind of put a bow on it. Well, no pun intended.
Huh.
But you and I don't see eye to eye on Drake May. The fact that you want to put him at 4 is crazy to me. Okay, 5, which is still crazy to me. The fact that he's at 8 is insane to me as well. So you're saying that Drake May, in your estimation, is better than guys like Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, which I could maybe argue as well.
Well, you looked at this list initially, and your first reaction was, wow, Dak at 6 is crazy high.
It is crazy. And look, I don't like Jalen Hurts, and I'm not saying Jalen Hurts deserves to be on this list, but I'm surprised they're not closer to each other. Like Jordan Love not on the list is kind of interesting to me. Baker Mayfield not in the top 10 is kind of interesting to me.
Well, this is what I mean. And when you look at this list and you go, there's not 10 quarterbacks separating them, and then at the same time out of the other side of your mouth, you're going, this guy should be in between. So it's
I'm not
really
saying they have to be in between. I'm just surprised they're not higher. I think I can make an argument with Bo Nix included compared to that of Drake May. Like, I thought what Drake May did last year was obviously great. He completed 72% of his passes, threw for over 4,000 passing yards, and everything that kind of came with that. But I look at who he did it against, and I'm not impressed.
Okay, let's do this real quick.
He's set up for success last year.
Bo or Josh?
Allen?
Yeah.
Josh Allen.
Bo or Pat?
Pat.
Bo or Stafford?
Stafford.
Bo or Joe?
Burrow?
Yeah.
Burrow.
Bo or Lamar?
I'm going to say Lamar.
Bo or Dak?
I think I'm taking Bo over Dak.
Okay, Bo or Herbert?
I'm taking Bo over Herbert.
Bo or May?
Taking Bo over May.
Bo or Goff?
I think I'm going to go Bo over Goff.
Wow. Bo or Caleb?
Bo.
Bo or Sam?
Bo.
Bo or Daniels?
Bo.
Bo or Love?
I'm not a big Jordan Love guy. I'm a homer, but I'm going to go Bo. I'm not even a Bronco fan like that.
Bo or Brock?
I'll go Bo.
Bo or Baker?
I'll go Baker. I like Baker a lot.
Bo or Lawrence?
Bo for sure.
Bo or Hurts?
Bo. I cannot stand Jalen Hurts.
So what you have in this list is you said Dak. You kept Dak there, right? You kept Dak at 6. You took Dak.
Yeah.
So then you had Baker at 7. You have Bo Nix as the 8th best quarterback in football. Is what you have.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be upset if he was at 10 or 11. Like, I think some of the ones that we listed there, I think are coin toss. Is just my personal flavor of the month with Bo. But again, like I just, if you had the opportunity to pick between Bo Nix and Drake May, and I understand that Bo Nix is a few years older, I think they're probably pretty competitive, like with respect to who they are as quarterbacks long term and where they're at in their careers. The point that I'm trying to make, and I think you just essentially made it, flipping it around the other way, is I don't think the gap between those two is that big, and I understand the gap from the 8th best quarterback to the 20th best quarterback isn't that great either.
I agree with you that the gap isn't that big. I just think there are a lot of names in that gap.
Right.
That's the thing. It's like if you look at the standings and the Lakers are leading the Nuggets by 8 games, and then the Nuggets are down there with the Pelicans and the Suns, and there's 8 different teams separated by 2 games. That's what I look at this like. It's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, and then there's probably a tier cut off, and then it's Burrow, Jackson, and Dak. Probably a tier cutoff. I put May in that, but we're going back and forth on that. And then it's literally almost every other starting quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
And all those guys can win you games. All of them can take you into the playoffs. I like Jared Goff. I like Caleb Williams. I like Daniels. I like Darnold. I like Brock. I like Baker. I like Bo. All these guys can. I feel comfortable with any of these guys lining up under center.
I would agree. And I think that the point that I'm trying to make with Bo, and it's not that I don't feel this way about Drake May. I need to see a little bit more from Drake May, and I understand Danilo. You need to see a little bit more. He just got to a Super Bowl. That is literally the biggest cakewalk of a path to a Super Bowl as I've seen in my entire life. And I'm not trying to hold that against him. I just want to see more from Drake May moving forward. And ultimately, how he played in that Super Bowl had me a little spooked about him potentially long term. I think Drake May is a very good quarterback in this league. But what I know with Bo Nix, and obviously there's some bias here because I cover him and I've been, Bo Nix is the quarterback that I know the most about because I've been up close and personal at practice, at games, and all that kind of stuff. The guy's not going to lose you games. The guy's going to avoid the sack. He's not going to make mistakes. And he's going to put you in a position to win just about every single game. You can win a championship with Bo Nix. If we want to debate stats and upside and this and that, we can absolutely do that. But let's also be crystal clear. Bo Nix has not had a robust supporting cast. This is going to be the best supporting cast that Bo Nix will have in his NFL career entering now into year 3. The run game was a mess for half the year last year. The wide receiver room was kind of in flux as well besides Cortland Sutton. Obviously, the offensive line has had some continuity, but I'm excited to see what Bo Nix can do with some legitimate additional weapons now having Jalen Waddle. RJ Harvey another year older and wiser. What is Jonah Coleman going to be? J.K. Dobbins potentially healthy. I think we're still scratching the surface on what Bo Nix can be as a quarterback, which is top 10 upside.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix is about where he's going to be for the rest of his career. Maybe he takes a little bit of an improvement, but
that's crazy.
I see more upside.
You're saying he's Jay Cutler. You're saying he's Jay Cutler.
It would be great if he was Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler was awesome.
I
Less
think-
interception, Jay Cutler, that would be fantastic.
I think Bo Nix has, like, I don't think Bo's ever going to be like Manning Elway-esque, but I think, who knows, right?
I know, he won't be.
I don't think he will be either, but I think, like, again, I think Bo Nix has top 10 upside in this league. And it would not surprise me if we get to the point where in 2 to 3 years he's considered a consensus top 10.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was a top 10 quarterback on this list next year, but I don't think he's a top 10 talent at the quarterback position in the league.
Well, talent's different than who you actually are as a player. Like, there's a lot of guys that are talented that are...
You said he didn't have a supporting cast. He's had a top 3 defense in football his first 2 years in the
I'm
league.
talking about weapons on offense. That's what I'm talking about when I say that.
It's more important the fact that he's got to do a lot less to win games than all these other guys.
Yeah, but I think that's also a team dynamic. We'll get back to this conversation a little bit later on. I think it's interesting, again, to put a bow on it from my perspective. I think Drake May, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams should all be close to each other. I do not agree with Drake May at 8. Okay, starting up quarter number 2 here, Nuggets fans. This is going to be a painful conversation, but one that's necessary for us to have. Is their offseason essentially done? Jake and I will break that down next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, guys? It's Zach here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSeal fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good night's sleep.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Open up the show. We'll get back to the Broncos here in just a little bit, but for those of you that have heard me on DST, that have maybe watched Shapiro and Piro on the Denver Sports YouTube channel, or read Jake's work on the website at DenverSports.com, you know the Denver Nuggets are kind of our bread and butter. And, you know, it's a team that Jake and I constantly talk about, 365, you know, just about every single day and opportunity we get, we're talking Denver Nuggets basketball. And you and I had an interesting conversation on the show yesterday, Jake, that being Shapiro and Piro, where you kind of floated out the idea that the Denver Nuggets offseason could essentially be over, right? There's a couple of things that need to fall into place. That would be re-signing restricted free agent Spencer Jones and re-signing RFA Payton Watson. But if both of those things come to fruition, which it seems like there's a decent chance that could happen, the Nuggets offseason will essentially be over with not many moves made.
Yeah, that is if they're going to roll into the season with 14 men on their roster.
As they did
most of last year. Yeah, they signed Tyus Jones really late. And having a 15th man on their roster, even though it'll only be worth $2.4 million against the cap, will actually end up costing them about $10 million in total with the amount of tax that they spend. So having $10 million spent on a 15th man is probably an unlikely scenario for the Cronkies, even though we saw last year how valuable that could have been in that stretch when Jonas and Jokic were out.
And you're saying, like, a majority of last year, they didn't sign Tyus till how many games were left?
He played
like a dozen?
He played 90 minutes in the regular season.
Right. So, I mean, you're talking about 90+% of the season, the Nuggets found themselves with 14 players on that roster.
Correct. So the Nuggets most likely, if are going to have 14 men on the roster. That's something I can almost promise you going into the season. Maybe that switches towards the deadline like it did this past year, but I think going into the season they'll probably have 14 men on the roster. I do wonder if signing Diallo, the European depoy who went to Denver West High School, I wonder if that hints at maybe a Spencer Jones exit. I don't think it has any relevancy to Payton Watson because they're
I would agree
on a different level. But Spencer Jones and him are kind of that defensive player off the bench that could make a difference. So that could maybe hint that they're looking at the Spencer Jones contract and going, I don't know if we're going to be able to pay this price.
Right.
But in the world that they're going to sign Spencer Jones and Payton Watson, the Nuggets offseason is done, and this is their team.
Yeah, and ultimately we'll have to see because here's how I take it a step further. Like I think you could almost let's just assume because I think Payton Watson is coming back. I think right now the Nuggets have all the leverage where they're going to wait for a team to make a ridiculous offer to Payton Watson. At that point, they'll decide if they want to match, which I think they likely will. But I think Denver's front office thinks they're in the position where they're going to be able not to lowball Payton Watson, but get him on a more team-friendly kind of term with his next contract compared to he himself setting his market. So let's just assume P. Watt's back. And let's just, for conversation's sake, assume, based on the LinkedIn posts, that Spencer Jones is negotiating a deal that's going to pay him much more than maybe the Nuggets want to. So let's say Spencer Jones exits stage left, Payton Watson comes back, you got Alpha Diallo. I think there's about 3 guys that are vying for that final roster spot or 2 guys really for the Denver Nuggets. It's Bruce Brown on a minimum contract, and it's potentially David Roddy on a minimum contract.
And that's if they go for a 15th man, you're saying?
I'm saying if Spencer Jones doesn't resign.
Okay, yeah.
So that would be 14.
So it'd be Bruce or David, and I'd agree with you to some extent, but I do think there are other needs the Nuggets have, and they could target one of those things. But as of now, right now, what we're seeing with the Nuggets roster, again, assuming Jones and Watson are back, they've lost Hardaway, Brown, Valanciunas, and Pickett this offseason. They've replaced them with Diallo, Brazil, Bagley, and Hopkins, who's likely going to be on a 2-way. How did that help the Nuggets?
It didn't. I mean, you can't say, and I think it was The Athletic that put out that ranking or that grade today.
Forget The Athletic. I said yesterday on our show I'd give
them
a D.
But point being, it's like someone that's not even close to the organization like you and I are, right? Like it's more of an outside perspective. Like there's no scenario in which the Nuggets have gotten better this offseason.
Well, and we knew going into this past season that this coming offseason was likely going to be bad with the way the contract structures were, and I had told you the entire postseason long on Shapiro and Firo, hey, man, we better hope this works out because this offseason is going to be really bad for the Nuggets' talent. And the most talented version of the Nuggets was most likely one that brings back most of the roster. And a lot of people want to just look at the playoff series, which I understand, and what went wrong in the playoff series. Again, completely understandable. I know Tim Hardaway Jr. didn't show up the way he needed to. I know Bruce Brown didn't show up the way he needed to. But saying those were useless players, like I've seen a lot in the comments the last couple days, is just not factual to what happened. I don't know if people realize this, Anilo. Between Tim, Bruce, Jonas, and Jalen, the Nuggets are going to have to replace about 6,000 minutes.
It's a lot of on-court minutes. A lot. And high-quality minutes. And I think that's the other kind of hole in the Nuggets offseason plan is you're taking guys like Strother, who we think has upside, but we're still kind of waiting for that to play out, right? You're asking guys that were third string kind of reserves to now step into these second string kind of critical bench rotations and roles. I think they have the potential to do it, but at least when they signed Tim Hardaway Jr., you knew you were getting a proven vet that can come in here and do that. Even Bruce Brown to a certain extent. It feels like the Nuggets plan to improve upon where they ended last year is have Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, and all these guys be the best and healthiest versions of themselves while also replacing a guy like a Tim Hardaway Jr. with a Julian Strother.
Yeah, they promoted their third string guards to second string guards. That's
just
what has
not
happened.
a recipe.
And what was the main thing they highlighted after the season in their post-year press conference?
You're talking like a theme?
As a need.
Physicality, ball handling,
and
defense.
Ball handling, right? So how did the Nuggets get better at ball handling when their third string guards are now their second string guards?
They did it, and I think it's also funny that they didn't tender a contract to Jalen Pickett, who I know is undersized, but it could at least
tender a contract. They had him on a team option that would have cost less money than the actual minimum contract.
And that's one that I still don't understand because I don't think Jalen Pickett's ever going to play for you in the playoffs. I think that's been proven, but you need minutes. It's a guy who can handle the ball at least a little bit for you.
He played almost 1,000 minutes for the Nuggets last year.
Right. That's one that was a little surprising to me. I thought that was forecasting something else.
I did too. I thought that was going to forecast them really seeking a second string guard they were going to be interested in, but instead it means more Tyus Jones minutes, which I'm not complaining with, but it's more so that they haven't really addressed their needs on that avenue. I wrote last night for DenverSports.com. I kind of talked about this. I think they have actually addressed the size, athleticism, and defense stuff with Brazil, Bagley, and Hopkins, and to an extent Diallo. I think they actually have looked at that. But ball handling, you cannot argue under any circumstance they've looked at as an area of improvement. You also can't say that they're going to be as good of a three-point shooting team next year, which was one of their biggest things year over year from 2 years ago into last year. They got so much better at. So I look at this Nuggets team, there's a lot of holes. I wonder if there's a star player out there that could help the Nuggets, or if there's a big trade coming that could help the Nuggets. I doubt that there's a big trade coming, but to me right now the biggest thing of the Nuggets offseason still is they just need to re-sign Payton Watson and hope for the best, because that's the most talented version of the Nuggets roster that they could have next year. And every year that you tick away with Jokic in his prime is one more year closer to Jokic no longer being capable of hoisting the Larry O'Brien.
I'm with you. Look, I think regardless of what the rest of this offseason holds, I think I don't think they're going to be in the low 40s for wins. Like, I think Denver's going to find themselves with a 3, 4, 5 seed, like somewhere in there, but it's just not going to amount to anything.
They're going to win 50-plus games. I would be shocked if they didn't win 50-plus games. If you give me 65-plus games of Jokic, I'd be shocked if they didn't win 50-plus games. They've won 50-plus games basically every year Jokic and Murray have been healthy besides the shortened season of 2021. So I'd be stunned if they didn't win 50 games, but in terms of how much stress is put on these guys' body because of the depth is going to not be there like it was last year, in conjunction with the fact that this roster looks worse for the playoffs, that's where I have serious questions. But again, like you said, I do wonder if a big part of this plan is just, well, Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon are going to be healthy in the playoffs.
That's
what it is. Important players.
And they might have to just bite the bullet for a year and then have some more flexibility going into the following offseason. Like, we shall see, but point being,
that's not how this works.
No, I know.
More flexibility. More flexibility just means you're trying to be cheaper. That's all it means.
Yeah, well, look, it's a frustrating offseason for the fan base for sure, and it could be done assuming that Spencer Jones and Peyton Watson get back on their contracts as restricted free agents. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll get back to the football field here. We're going to take a look at the Broncos' secondary room, hone in on Jaquan McMillan, and also just kind of talk about Riley Moss, cornerback, safety, and what that room may or may not look like for the Broncos come training camp and beyond. That's next.
Bo Nix led the league in game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
And that was year 2.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
Now he's fully healthy. Jalen Waddle is in the building, and the same O-line is back for a 3rd straight year. So what's the one thing everyone's going to notice the moment training camp opens?
Here's the biggest thing I think people are going to notice right away as we get into training camp and on into the preseason. You're going to hear this phrase a lot. Get ready for it. You ready? Here's the line.
All right, give it to me.
It looks like the game's slowing down for him.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here for SodaDietNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they set up a dynamic diet for me that is custom fit for me. Listen, everybody has different food responses, food preferences. They have different schedules, work schedules, when can you work out, all those sorts of things. So for me, I always use that as my excuse. Well, I'm fat because I can't lose weight because I don't have time. BS. It's bogus. Soda taught me the way. How to eat, what to eat, when to eat. And having that personalized nutritionist along the way was a huge benefit. Why? Because sometimes you need help. You're out and about. You need to text somebody, hey, what can I eat? Here's a menu. I'm at a restaurant. What can I eat on this menu? Your nutritionist is there to help you make those good decisions. And making those good decisions puts you in a good weight, puts you in your healthy weight. You want to start your weight loss journey, SodaDietNutrition.com, SodaDietNutrition.com, and 866-800-SODA, because soda is, S-O-T-A is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs, unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off. The evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first-round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Say cheese.
Oi, 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 oi. Listen, do you play Bad Bunny for when Dover and Cecil are in, or is it just because of Oz? No, they love it. All right, good.
Say cheese.
Yeah. You can really irritate some people if we want to talk Super Bowl halftime show. I thought it was awesome, man.
It was the best.
I thought it was awesome. I really did.
I'm excited. I always love the Super Bowl. I almost always love the Super Bowl halftime show. This year was one of my favorites ever. And I'm very curious as to who will be this coming year's halftime show.
You saw Justin Bieber's doing like the halftime of the World Cup final.
Well, with Madonna and Shakira, BTS is going to be there. It's a huge ensemble cast. I think Coldplay might be performing too.
Love that.
I wonder if there's odds for who could be the headliner of the Super Bowl halftime show. Right now it's Jay-Z's the favorite. Bieber at second.
He just came out 4 hours late to his set at Yankee
Well, it looked
Stadium.
like there was a safety thing. That wasn't just like a. I don't really believe it, but that's what they said. And
Bieber
then,
needs the money.
And then Miley. Those are the top three.
Miley would be good.
Well, Super Bowl halftime show doesn't pay you anything.
Oh, that's true.
Directly. It comes from
Pepsi, or it's Apple Music, right?
Right, but it comes from basically the promotion that comes with the event. That's one of the reasons why Taylor has not done it, is because you don't get paid.
Yeah, because she needs money.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I would love. Did you see Justin Bieber at Coachella? Either set.
But he was playing stuff on like the YouTube channel. Right?
Yeah, but did you see the full set? Just
Probably
the
not the full set.
The full set was incredible, and that YouTube thing went viral, made him look bad. But that was just part of the set. He was playing his own songs off YouTube and harmonizing with them for 4 or 5 minutes, which is kind of cool, like, because that's where he grew up, was that YouTube age, and seeing him kind of go and do what we've all done to Justin Bieber is kind of cool. But his whole set was fantastic. It's actually the full album was released on, I think, Apple Music, where you can check out both nights of his Coachella performances.
Interesting.
I got to tell you, and I'm not a Justin Bieber guy, it was fantastic. I watched it live. I listened to the live album probably 3 or 4 times now. It is really, really good. I would love a Justin Bieber halftime show. And again, I'm not a Justin Bieber guy, but his voice is terrific. He's got so many bangers, and I think just a general wide audience really likes him.
Yeah, I think that's a good read on that. I think Miley would be good. It's a fun July 14th conversation. He's going to do the Super Bowl halftime show. We usually find that out pretty early in football season, though, right? Like September, October?
Like week 1 sometimes.
Yeah, usually it's pretty early, so we'll see. There's a text from the 0421 that I want to read, but it's probably not appropriate to read on the air. But I just wanted to acknowledge that it's a funny text. But all right, let's get into the Broncos conversation here. And I know we want to hone in on Jaquan McMillan, we will, but I'll kind of frame it through this lens of I think the Broncos have obviously quarterback is going to be the most interesting position, I would think, for the Broncos at training camp. Everyone wants to see Jalen Waddle, but we kind of know what that wide receiver room is. The cornerback room, though, is very, very interesting because I think there's this expectation of like this battle between Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron to be starting cornerback. I don't think a lot of people like to include Jaquan McMillan in that conversation for whatever reason. And we know Jaquan McMillan maybe has kind of like that same body type as that of a Chris Harris Jr., maybe a little bit undersized, but that hasn't prevented him from thriving at certain points in this league, especially last year with the Broncos, obviously. I don't think Riley Moss is a guarantee. I know you've got the inside source on that, Jake, to be the starting cornerback for the Denver Broncos. But I'm fascinated to see just how much Jaquan McMillan in particular can push for a nod at that job.
So we've got Barron, who is entering his second year in the league. We've got Moss and we've got McMillan, right? Those are kind of the candidates. And McMillan's been awesome in the nickel. McMillan and Moss are both in the final years of their deal. Who's more likely to be a Bronco in 2027?
I think Jaquan McMillan.
I would agree with you.
Here's my hot take. I'm not sure if I've said this one on air yet. Like, especially with Jahdae Barron lying in the way. Like, if Jaquan and Jahdae perform well in training camp, it would not surprise me if you see Riley Moss traded.
For like a third rounder or something?
Yeah, like Detroit, with what they're dealing with
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, well, he's no longer there. Yeah. Crazy, by the way. But yeah, I mean, you invested.
How would that work on our show if like you got caught up in one of those?
Got arrested?
Like, do you call me or like do I just stop doing the show? Like, how does that work? Like, did Terrion give Pat a call like, hey man, like we got to chill in the pods, or did Pat just like assume and they?
I think it's an assumption type thing. I mean,
right.
like Pooh Shiesty made songs from behind bars like over the prison phone, so I guess we could technically keep the pod going that way.
Keep the pod from the prison phone.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, no, I think when it comes to Riley Moss, like you invested a first round pick in Jahdae Barron. Jaquan McMillan is probably not going to make as much as Riley Moss on the open market, and I think Jaquan McMillan's a damn good player too.
I think Jaquan McMillan is, people lambast me for saying all these players are properly rated or overrated or whatever, and I'm not mad like all you guys for all these perceived snubs. I would have 22 Jaquan McMillans on my team. I think Jaquan McMillan is almost the perfect football player.
Dude's a dog.
He is exactly who I want. He's always so clutch. He is so clutch. I've enjoyed watching his entire career. I think that he's going to have such a big impact on this team like he has had in the past, but even maybe bigger this year with what's being asked of him in the holes and perceived holes and being in a contract year. I want to see Jaquan McMillan just have an absolute baller year and earn that next deal because he's going to be, in my opinion, one of the most interesting defenders on the market next offseason if the Broncos don't wrap something up.
Right.
I'm not all that interested in what Riley Moss is up to. I've seen Riley Moss. I know the advanced stats, love Riley Moss and the one-on-one numbers and blah, blah, blah. I can eye test it for you. I've seen the red flags that come, or the yellow flags. I'm thinking about soccer. I've seen the yellow flags that come down when Riley Moss defends, and maybe some of it is anti-Riley Moss. I agree with you to some extent on that, but I'm good on Riley Moss. Jaquan McMillan, give me more Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah, here's what I will say in defense of Riley Moss. I don't think Riley's as bad as people make him out to be locally. I think there's some frustrating aspects to Riley Moss's game, but I think for the most part, like, he's a really, really solid player. And, especially when you got Pat Surtain on the other side, like, you're naturally going to be picked on top of it. Like, I think Riley Moss can play in this league, but the point is, like, I don't know if the gap between Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan is that significant. And also, like, we have to, kind of just announce it this way. Like, Jahdae Barron gets a bit of the benefit of the doubt, right? Like you're not going to cut a first-round pick after his rookie year where he didn't really find a home. Like, you owe it to your first-round pick just because of how much you invested in him to give him every opportunity to go out there and find a home in the secondary.
I was listening to Stink earlier today talk about coming in as a rookie and being inconsistent. Some days in practice he looked amazing. Some days he felt like he was going to be cut. And then by year 2, he knew he was going to be here because he had established himself here being in the NFL. I think that's largely the story of rookies, and we look at guys like Bo or, these fantastic rookies and think, they're going to hit right away because they're first-round picks and they're going to impact the roster right away. That's not always true with rookies, even in the first round. And I've got a lot of hope for Jahdae Barron's future, especially for what I saw in college as the guy who covers college football
Jim
here.
Thorpe Award winner over Travis Hunter.
Right. It was the only award Travis Hunter did not win was because of Jahdae Barron, and that says a lot. So to me, I have a lot of hope and faith that Jahdae Barron's going to have a really good year 2. I really believe in that.
I would agree.
And I'm not worried about him. And I don't think it's having faith or hope or whatever. It's just we know the talent is there. He was a rookie on a really good defense. They didn't really give him a shot. They didn't need to. Maybe if they'd had trained him up to play safety a little bit better, they would have been in a better spot for when Brandon Jones got hurt. That's the one kind of thing I can poke at them.
Think about how thin they are at safety too. Like if Jones or Hufanga go down, I mean, it's not like cornerback where like if Riley has to miss a week or two, you've got Jahdae and you got Jaquan.
Well, Abrams Drain was solid last year.
Fine, but
limited action. But PJ Locke I felt good about.
And you don't have PJ Locke anymore.
Right.
So, no, I think it's going to be – it's fascinating. Again, I'm just floating it out there that, what was the big conversation around NFL draft time? Like, as in this year, as in the 2026 draft, isn't as good as 2027. If a Detroit comes calling, hey, we're going to give you a mid-round pick for Riley Moss, like, is that something the Broncos consider? We've seen them make surprise trades before. And I understand Vele went for way less last year than Riley Moss might be able to get on the open market, but, like, it would not surprise me. And I'm not trying to push that narrative. It's just, like, when you have when you have an obligation to a certain extent to develop a first-round pick, and you've got a guy in Jaquan McMillan that is really competitive that you also like, it's not that crazy to think that a Riley Moss, conversation can be on the table for the Broncos if the price was right.
Who do you think starts more games this year, Riley Moss or Jahdae Barron for the Broncos?
I still got to lean Riley Moss. So let us know your thoughts there on the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, when we come back, Jake has a fascinating idea on how to change the sports calendar. He'll tell you what that is next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Every day, cyclists across Colorado are seriously injured by careless drivers. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. And for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting to make those drivers and their insurance companies held fully accountable. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't stop until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a bicycle accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit WilhiteWins.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's a real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. What that means, you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compare one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Walk into the back office of most small businesses and you'll see an old DVR humming on a shelf and a camera over the register the owner isn't even sure is recording. They got that like 10 years ago, and the company that installed it doesn't pick up. Vantage can repair or replace all of it. Cameras that read a face in the dark. Access control, network, intercom, AV. One company, one number. Invest in real security for your business or property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
Feeling stuck? Think bigger. Meet NASA's Meredith McKay and explore space careers, the future of Artemis, and more at the New Frontiers Diplomacy Forum, July 28th at Wings Over the Rockies. Tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is holding. HOLDING. Text holding to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's holding to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
It always makes you feel like going to an Avs game or something.
They love this type of music at these games.
Well, how do you describe this sound?
It's like 2000s, like alt rock. But it's not really alt.
I always call it like American Pie soundtrack.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of music that's like in an American Pie movie.
You know what? I was gonna text Dover to make him feel really old. The mom, Stifler's mom in America's Pie, who's like they're all after it. You know how old she is in that movie?
40-something?
38. I was going to text that to Dover just to make him feel old the other day,
That's
but I felt like that was too
crazy.
mean.
Wow.
So let me know in the YouTube chat if you guys think that's too mean, because I was going to bother him with that.
Yeah, YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda. Also, guys, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. And Mr. Shapiro, you have an idea on how to manipulate and fix the sports calendar. I'll let you take the floor here and explain to the listener.
Well, the reason I bring this up today is these arguably yesterday, today, and tomorrow are the 3 worst days in sports.
Correct.
Nothing's going on besides Home Run Derby, All-Star Game, and the ESPYs.
Well, we got World Cup today.
We're lucky because it is a World Cup year that we get the World Cup today and tomorrow, though it's in the middle of the day, so a lot of people aren't going to have their sports.
Can I throw out a hot take real quick? Mm-hmm. Give me a sporting event in the middle of the day over the evening.
I know you've always said this.
I've always said that because, look, I love my job and I work hard, but it's like, doesn't it make the workday a little bit better when you can just flip something on and kind of get into it here and there? Like, sometimes when I get home at 5, 6, 7 o'clock, I'm like, eepy. I'm tired. Like, I don't want to do anything. Sometimes I don't have the same juice.
Por qué no los dos?
I mean, yeah, obviously both would be fine too, but I've always been a big fan of the daytime sporting event. It's like, oh, I got to go to work, but I can watch this. Oh, I can listen to this. Oh, I can tune into that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching day baseball all the time here at work, and soccer from overseas. Me and my boy Drew back there behind the glass is doing that a lot, but I like to go home and watch something too. I like watching sports all night. I love chasing on the late night Hawaii game, seeing what's going down. That's my type of stuff. I'm always watching those West Coast basketball games that start at 10 o'clock our time. Those are great. So for me, I think there's a simple way to get more of that, and it's the stupidest part. What's going on in the NBA, in my opinion. There's so many stupid things going on with Adam Silver in the NBA, but this might be number one. So why is the NBA schedule the way it is? Do you know the reason for this, Anilo? Why it starts in October and why it ends around April?
I honestly have no idea.
It's really simple. Baseball was the number one sport in the country when the NBA was founded, and the NBA wanted to schedule opposite baseball.
Right.
So there was always something going on. Okay, what's the number one sport in the country right now by far?
Football.
Right. So why is 30% of the NBA season stuck going head-to-head with the NBA and the NFL regular season? Then if you want to throw the playoffs in, almost half the NBA regular season is going head-to-head with the NFL.
Yeah, for a lot of people, the NBA season doesn't really start till the new year, if not shortly after that.
Christmas,
right.
And the trade deadline happens the week of the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, I don't understand why the NBA didn't take the opportunity coming out of the bubble where they started that next season late, right? They started that 72-game season late to simply fix their schedule. If the NBA's schedule was pushed back, let's say a month and a half, 6 weeks, okay? You're starting the year right around Christmas. Let's say your premiere week is starts the 20th, and then you have some big games on Christmas. So you get your second game of the year is Christmas or third game of the year is Christmas. The finals would be starting basically right around now or next week. It would make a lot of sense in the sports schedule. The only reason not to do this from the NBA's perspective is the WNBA uses a lot of their barns this time of year, but they could maneuver the WNBA schedule, which, by the way, needs more games as well.
Would you suggest this for the NHL as well, or is this just an NBA thing?
No, this is an NBA thing.
And why is that?
The NHL shouldn't be going this deep into the summer already. Number one, because for them, the World Championships already go against the playoffs, so not a lot of guys. Only the guys that are out in the first round or earlier can play in the World Championships, which is just a big oversight by the NHL. Their entire schedule is earlier, basically, in the year compared to Europe. It's it makes sense. Whereas the NBA dictates the world basketball schedule, and for me, what would make sense is the finals happen, and then 3 weeks later is the Olympics, right? That would happen every 4 years, or the World Cup every 4 years. It would be couple weeks after is the World Cup or the Olympics. Right now, it's literally in the middle of the NBA offseason. Why is Joker taking 4 weeks off, then playing, then taking another 4 weeks off, then playing, then taking another 4 weeks off? It doesn't really make much sense in the context of the larger basketball schedule. Whereas in the context of the larger hockey schedule, right now, what they're doing with the schedule, which is actually pushing it forward, they're pushing the NHL schedule forward a little bit. And the NHL, to me, doesn't go head-to-head with the NFL as much, whereas the NBA does. I don't think the crowd of the NHL and the NFL fan is the same. The NBA fan, to me, is a lot similar to the NFL fan. It's a very, normal sports fan.
I think the NBA player loves having their summer, though. And I think that's the pushback from the Players Association.
I'm not stopping them from having their summer. It's just pushed back a little bit.
But you're cutting it in. You're cutting into it. You got to think right now, if you're an NBA player that doesn't make the playoffs, you have essentially the entire summer.
Right. Now you would have the regular season would end, early June.
That's 4 weeks late for a lot of people.
It's like Memorial Day. I'm giving you Memorial Day until Thanksgiving as your summer. Is that not enough? That's pretty good.
No, I honestly, to be honest with you, I think your suggestion is a great one. Because even for me, it's a little bit different for guys like you and I. And I know you're really into the Nuggets, as am I, but you're obsessive about it, in a good way. Obviously, you do a great job for us at DenverSports.com. But it even takes me a little while, just to kind of get back into the groove of the Nuggets season, just because we got Broncos, we got the NFL, right? It's like the Nuggets, I hate to admit, at least that early in the season, are a little bit of an afterthought in my mind. I'm paying attention, obviously. I'm watching the game, same with the Avalanche, but it's you find yourself in the meat and the potatoes of the Broncos season. And it's not until we get to that Christmas, we get to that January, where we see things kind of start to take shape, that's when the Nuggets become more important in my mind. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels that
way. I think a lot of people feel that way, and this is me understanding all of y'all and saying, hey, why is a third to a half of the NBA regular season not paid attention to by anybody? Like, why are we doing this? And they've tried to up it with the NBA Cup, which is honestly not the worst idea. It's fine.
It's a non-factor.
It's a non-factor. They could get rid of Vegas Summer League if they expanded the
Aren't
league.
they playing it like in a college arena this year? Like the championship?
They're playing it at Butler. That's pretty cool.
It is cool, but it's also like,
what?
I think it's fine.
Hinkie Fieldhouse was the biggest basketball arena in the country for like 60 years where they're having it.
NBA Cup does not move the needle for me.
It does not move the needle for most people. It moves the needle for me because I find it hilarious. And also one day it should include NBA Europe's teams, and it'll actually be a cool thing.
That would be different. But like
Right.
NBA Cup, Field of Dreams game, Stadium Series for
Winter
hockey,
Classic.
Winter Classic. That's what I meant.
Both of them.
It's the lowest on the totem pole.
The college basketball games that take place on an aircraft carrier.
Love those.
So that's the one you're in on.
I'm in on that. 'Cause, like, at least give me something that's like different. Like Field of Dreams, even for baseball, I was like, okay, like this is awesome. Like NBA Cup, it also just feels like the players don't care. And I know the Knicks were really out there showing up and showing out in this last year.
The players care once the tournament gets deep enough where they might actually
Correct.
win $1 million.
But like the courts and this and that, like it's just, it does not move the needle for me at all.
No, it's the wrong thing for Silver to be approaching, in my opinion, where like they make the big league branding thing off of the NBA Cup and not the playoffs. They seemingly were not spending as much assets on branding the playoffs versus the Cup. So they've done a lot of things wrong, the NBA. But to me, the number one solution that you can to fix the NBA and also solve a lot of this problem we have with this dead time in sports, it's just push the NBA back. It makes all of the sense in the world.
I love it. Let us know your thoughts on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Do you agree with Jake's idea to adjust the sports calendar to provide us with no more dead time? Let us know your thoughts there. And when we come back, it's time to check your X. I got one that is kind of sad for me, I think sad for Jake, and I know sad for Josh Dover. We'll tell you what that is next.
Should fans and media look past a certain thing when it comes to Peyton Watson?
It's a gamble that you have to take if you're the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and don't we have to get over the fact that it's a $25 million a year deal? I know it. The money is insane. It's stupid. It is reckless. It is foolish, okay? I get it. I hate to say it, but $25 million a year isn't that much.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. They've got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this station, 104.3 The Fan. 866-800-SODA. Mention this station to get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer going on right now. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. I want you to call up 866-800-SODA. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And having those tools is amazing for your weight loss journey because it's about knowing what you need every single day and then having your own nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist with a personalized plan for you, the dynamic diet for you, custom built for you so that you can lose weight and you can keep it off. And that's the main thing. 5 years have gone by and those 60 pounds are not coming back. They'll never come back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to Soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986. With locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and The Springs, it's QC Kinetics.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, it's time to check our ex, Danilo Piro. Jake Shapiro in for Dover and Cecil, but Dover at least is with us in spirit in this one. This one breaks my heart, too. Not confirmed, speculated, being investigated. This one comes from the Washington Post. You know, there's a big stomach virus going around, right?
Yeah, I know what you're going with, and I'm upset, too.
Federal and state health officials are investigating whether Taco Bell played a role in one of the largest U.S. outbreaks of a gastrointestinal illness caused by a parasite that contaminates fresh produce, according to 2 individuals. If Taco Bell is the source, potentially, of this parasite and this outbreak, I will be depressed.
You know, the good news is here that Taco Bell is using fresh produce.
That is the good news.
That's a spin.
That is a good spin. That is a good spin. Well, I guess you could still, so as long as you don't get like anything with lettuce on it, right? Like or tomato. You can
well, yeah, they pulled lettuce from their menu. Last night, in the salad I was making, I grilled my salad. So that
just to make sure.
Grilled salad, by the way, is delicious. But yeah, I made sure.
I'm not going to lie. Like yesterday, I was thinking about like going to get some dinner and this and that. And I was like, wait, but this is like, I'm going on a trip on Thursday.
Same thing.
And I'm like, you know, frozen pizza it is, right? Like I'm not even rolling the dice when it comes to this stuff. But if Taco Bell... Like, Taco Bell's like my GOAT fast food restaurant, man. I know Dover's got an affinity for it. I know you and I both share a love for it, too, Jake. Like, if Taco Bell's associated with this parasite anyway, I'll be very upset.
Yep, it is my GOAT.
They're good people over there, man.
They are.
You know, and
they're trying hard.
Accidents happen and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll still go.
Yeah, I'll still. If I wasn't going on vacation, I probably would have gone last night. I need enchilada, little gordita.
Have you tried their new little street tacos?
No, are they good?
They're really good.
Interesting. I'm big on the potato-loaded griller right now, too.
Okay,
that's been a
potato taco has been one of my
also real quick. This one like, isn't as like recent, but I walked past in the airport when I came back a couple of weeks ago. Like, are we gonna pretend like the Taco Bell cantina in DIA is the first Taco Bell cantina the state's ever had? Like, do we forget about the one that was in Boulder for a minute?
And there's one on the 16th Street Mall right now.
Is it a cantina?
Yes.
Interesting. I thought they were trying to like prop it up as like this is the first cantina in Denver or something like that.
I don't know what they're propping it up as. All I know is I'm a Frontier frequent flyer.
Yes, sir.
It's right next to
Shout out Frontier,
gates.
man. Anyone that hates on Frontier, bro. Like I got a buddy of mine. Like we went to a show in Tampa and all this kind of stuff. He took Frontier for the first time. Oh, my back hurts. Oh, you can't recline in the seats. I can't take this in Elo. I'll never fly Frontier again. I'm like, hey, I'm flying Airbus on Frontier first and foremost, which makes me feel good, and it's getting me there in one piece, and it's cheap. What's not to love?
Gets me where I need to go. That's all I care about.
That's where I'm at. Shout out Frontier, man. I do not tolerate the Frontier slander. Flying them on Thursday. All right, Jake, you're up.
You know about the bison that hit the tourist, right? For those who
Yes.
do not know,
It's crazy.
A tourist was seriously injured in Yellowstone National Park when a bison flinged this man 8 feet into the air. It is very sad that this happened. I am a bison lover, obviously, as a Colorado Buffaloes fan, but the picture is insanely hilarious of this man flinged in the middle of the air. Again, we hope he's okay, but Chad Ochocinco has weighed in.
Oh?
Bison have no lateral movement. Hezzy to the right and sidestep to the left. Hope he's okay.
So it's kind of like alligators, right? Like they say if you get chased by an alligator, you should like run in zigzags.
Right. So Chad Johnson apparently is doing Monday morning quarterback on this like 60-year-old man who is galled by a bison.
He's got the game plan for it. Well, at least now we know.
Yeah.
You're in Yellowstone, you're getting chased by a bison. You
Ocho's got us.
Ocho's got us. Would you rather be chased by a bison or an alligator?
Oh, alligator, 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, I think so too. Like the alligator, like if it gets you, it could do some real damage. Like you're probably cooked, but
Yeah, but you can get away. Bison, if
Bison
it wants you, you're done.
Yeah, there's some volume, there's some heavy load with that too. So yeah. All right, shout out Ocho Cinco. We love to see that one.
You for calling, man. Praise God.
All right, Alex.
I'm excited to share this one with you specifically, Anilo.
No,
I saw
that means it's bad.
I saw a couple of days ago. So the FIFA World Cup tournament, it's pretty easy to say this is likely their best tournament to date. An expanded roster of countries were able to play this time around. Report came out yesterday that FIFA is looking to expand that to now 64 teams, adding more countries to this list, citing that they want to give more countries an opportunity to get to chase their dreams of winning a World Cup. Maybe, and just maybe now, Italy can find their way into a World Cup.
One time, I was joking about this with Drew Spivak. So for those of you that don't know, I support the United States, obviously. Like the Italian national team, like that has been like the squad that I've repped. Like I remember sitting in my dad's office back in 2006 and watching them win that World Cup, and everything essentially since then has been downhill, minus the Euro 2020s and everything that was awesome with that. But I was like going into, I think, my junior year of high school the last time that Italy qualified for a World Cup, Alex. Like it has been that long. And I was actually telling Drew this story too. So I'm going to California. I grew up there a little bit when I was younger. And so I got a group chat. I got like 3 or 4 friends that I'm still pretty close with, right? Like we still text like individually, but we haven't all been in a group chat in quite some time, just, life and other things. So I go to put us all in a group chat because I'm like, hey, like I'm coming out this week, like we got to link up. The last text that was sent in said group chat, the day of the 2022 World Cup starting, and it was a text from me being like, before the World Cup starts, I want to acknowledge how disgusting it is that Italy has missed a 3rd consecutive World Cup, because we all support Italy together. And then here we are 4 years later, and I find myself in the same situation. So I appreciate you rubbing salt in an open wound.
It's okay. My team got knocked out pretty.
At least you were there.
At least we were there. I do think it's great. I was out there doing the clipping thing. That's what I was doing prior to being in this chair, watching the Bosnia and Italy game go down, and I've never seen a man so broken than when Bosnia was able to beat Italy.
I was watching it in the middle of Jake and I recording a show.
It was amazing.
I'm like literally like, I told Dan Chava, our producer, I'm like, you got to keep the one shot on Jake, bro. I'm like trying to watch this, and I watched the first game against Northern Ireland from a car dealership, and I'm screaming because it was the same day I think as MLB opening day, and I'm like the only one in the car dealership. I think these people are thinking like something's happening with my family or my girlfriend or something like that. I'm screaming because Italy's winning and playing. So I get into the international stuff.
Donnarumma.
Yeah, my boy Talani hasn't been to a World Cup yet either. Memo Ochoa, though, that's sad for Mexico hanging it up there. Real quick, just while we're on the topic, France, Spain today. Do you guys have a lean, a vibe, any check we want to get out there for the World Cup game in about an hour?
Alele Bleu.
Okay, so we got a France pick from Jake.
I'm obviously leaning France.
So 2 picks France. I'll make it 3 picks France. And I got a little Spanish blood in me, so I probably should support Spain in this situation, but I don't know, man. This fool in Pompey and just everything they have going on with them is just absolutely unbelievable. Like Spain, like, I'm still waiting for like I've arrived moment from Lamine Yamal.
I think that was at Euros. Was that not at Euros?
Like in this tournament.
I mean, Lamine Yamal has been one of the best players in Europe this past year.
But he hasn't made like a tremendous impact in this tournament. He has like, what, 1 or 2 goals, I think.
No, I mean, Spain's built their success off the fact they don't concede any goals.
Correct. And he also had, I think he was like the Fox player of the game in their last match. He didn't score, but he set up like every scoring
The Michelob
opportunity.
Ultra Superior Performance Player of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very important you get that right.
Do you like that more, or you like the little VAR room preview they give you before the match?
I liked at the start of the tournament when the VAR people were facing the camera and doing like a little wave or like a little like, kind of attitude-y looking shot, and then they would look back. Yeah, I don't like now that we're just getting like a side profile of these people, but it is good to know that they exist. That does add to some transparency. It's not just like the great big eye in the sky making the ruling.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's just the last thing I'll say about the World Cup is I'm sad that it's winding down. I love how when the game starts, it says it's starting at 1. It starts at 1 on the dot. Like 12:59, you see it all coming together. You get to 1 o'clock, boom, game's on. NBA, NHL, these games are starting 35 minutes after the fact, which is
Avs fans would be tuning in at the hydration break.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it. So, we'll see what happens in this game today between France and Spain. Guys, summer is here, which means road trips, but with high gas prices, you're questioning whether or not to take that trip. Denver Sports is here to help. Enter for your chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. 2 hours down, 2 more to play with. Jake and I continue back on the other side.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer weather can be full of surprises. If your home has been affected by the recent storms, trust a local professional roofer with decades of combined experience. Golden Spike Roofing is here for all your repair or roof replacement needs. Call today for a free inspection and estimate for roofing done right down to the last nail.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, PSA and T-test, and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film. I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here, now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Kick it.
Nope. Well, we're kicking it. Jake Shapiro.
Locals only.
Anilo Piro in for Dover and Cecil. We're in tomorrow as well. Hope everyone is doing well out there. We appreciate you guys. As I choke on my own self right there for a second. That are chiming in on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Good Broncos conversation. Good Home Run Derby conversation. Open up the show. Good Nuggets conversation as well. I'd say we're doing a pretty good job in the quote-unquote dead time of the sports calendar, Jake.
Got to tell you, we sound better than Hunter Goodman looks at the red carpet right now for MLB.
Are we sad that Hunter Goodman did not participate in Home Run Derby?
Yeah, I would have enjoyed it, but I understand why there was 2 Phillies in. I also understand why Murakami was in. So I don't really know who you weren't picking. Maybe it would have been Jordan Walker who ended up winning it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So
I think that's fair.
But yeah, I mean, top 5 right now in baseball, I think, in home runs, or at least he's in the top 3 in the
3.
National League. In the National League.
Is it just NL? Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple American League guys in there. So he's had a fantastic year. I'm happy to see him tonight. I'm hopeful that he can continue the long legacy of Rockies catchers being NL MVP or All-Star Game MVPs.
Yep. Elias Diaz paved the way.
Which, again, I will nominate as a top 5 moment in Rockies history.
Really? A top 5 moment in Rockies history, Elias Diaz.
All-Star
Game
MVP. Yeah, try to name. I mean, you can name 4 better. Like, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, Helton, obviously.
Helton what?
Well, with him, first base glove in the
so
air.
winning the pennant. Yeah, that's number 1.
Holiday not touching home. Or
yep,
touching
that's
home,
probably that's number 1 or number 2, depending on who you ask. Yep.
Ubaldo's no-hitter.
Okay.
Walk-off home run for the cycle for Nolan.
And Cargo did that, too.
And Cargo.
I think the All-Star Game MVP might be better than a walk-off cycle.
No, I disagree.
I mean, I was there. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen, but it was...
What's a 5th moment that I can think of here?
Tulo's triple play, but like that wasn't like,
Tulo's
but like
triple play.
that
Bichette walk off.
But the Tulo triple play was like one fleeting moment. To me, it wasn't like, like a whole thing. Like you win the pennant. You win All-Star Game MVP.
Right.
Tulo had an unassisted triple play in 2008 in like June. Like it wasn't like a whole, like who was watching? Who was paying attention? Who cared?
ESPN. Back in the day, the top 10s.
It's for the web gem.
That had to have been number one, no?
So this is my point. Is like you can keep naming things, but me saying like jokingly it's a top 5 moment in Rockies history, I'm not even that far off.
No,
like,
you're actually probably not.
Right. Like it's up there, which again speaks to the pathetic nature of the Colorado Rockies that Elias Diaz being an All-Star Game MVP is legitimately one of the best things that's ever happened in this franchise. Larry Walker 97 MVPs up there.
Right.
The Eric Young home run at to kick off baseball in Denver. Walt Weiss walk-off home run, first game in Coors Field.
Right.
Like, we're talking about the greatest moments in Rockies history. I'm rattling them off for you. Kyle Freeland's almost no-hitter. I don't know if you want to throw that in there.
I do remember.
That was amazing. Nolan should have caught that ball.
I think this one's not just a moment, but like Trevor Story's like first week in the big leagues.
That was awesome. Trevor Story's 3 home run game in that game that was raining and like it was disgusting, and he had a 505-foot home run.
Yeah.
Like there are ones that you can put up here. You could put the Tony Walters hit against the Chicago Cubs in there.
I forgot about that. That's got to be up there too, just because there's so few playoff moments for the Rockies that for that to advance them to an LDS where they eventually end up getting swept, which stinks, but like that does mean something.
Yeah, like these are the greatest moments in Rockies history, and Elias Diaz All-Star Game MVP is somewhere in the conversation. It's not top 5, but it's somewhere in the conversation.
I was going to say it's probably a shoo-in for top 10.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think about. I mean, it is crazy.
Because, like, name the other All-Star Game MVPs. You can't.
Right, but you also got to think about how this organization, like, it's not like the Cubs or the Mets or the Red Sox or the Dodgers, like these storied organizations. I mean, this organization was born in 1993. Like, so it's not like they've been, like, they don't have, like who else? They came at the same time as the Marlins, right?
Okay, and they've won 2 World Series.
Correct, and those were also a little fluky to a certain extent, too. They have won them, yes, I know.
You win the fluky playoff runs in the fluky World
I
Series.
understand.
They won the World Series,
okay,
man.
Outside of their 2 World Series wins, give me 5 more iconic moments in Marlins history. Dontrell Willis's windup,
the
Jose Fernandez,
Jeff Conine cycle, Jose Fernandez, I think no-hitter.
But like, point being,
we
like,
also
it's not
had
going to come to mind.
I'm not even a Marlins fan, and I'm giving you 5.
But like none of these are like that iconic.
Jose Fernandez no-hitter is pretty iconic.
Yeah, but like, so is Ubaldo's.
He walked like 8 guys.
No-hitter's no-hitter.
Yeah.
I remember them blasting that all over social media.
But
the most iconic moments in Rockies history happen to be trading of franchise players. Arenado, Tulo, Holiday.
I mean, didn't they have a perfect game with like Edison Volquez or
That's a name
Henderson
I haven't heard
Alvarez?
about who, the Marlins?
Yeah, I think they had like a perfect game. I forget which guy.
I'm not so sure.
But they might have had a perfect game here recently. There was also the no-hitter they had where the Marlins batted in the bottom of the 9th at home in a no-hitter they threw because it was 0-0 and they walked off a no-hitter, which is super rare.
A no-hitter or a perfect game?
Oh, they walked off a no-hitter. Because they were, it was no hit. It was 0-0. They had to go to the bottom of the 9th, and then they walked it off. I think that was Henderson Alvarez. See, like, I'm coming up with Marlins moments, and I know nothing about the Marlins. That's my point.
Yeah, but their bag. Let's not act like their bag is so deep, Jake.
No,
like, give me Washington Nationals moments.
They won the World Series as well,
right? But I'm saying like beyond that, it's like Harper's call.
They've won their
Steven
division.
Strasburg's debut.
Strasburg with like 17 strikeouts. Like, there's got to be one of those. Like, are we putting Herman Marquez's like 14 strikeout game up there? Like that's what I'm talking about. Chad Bettis going on the road in San Francisco with a CGSO. Chad Bettis comes back from cancer. Like that's what we're doing here with the Rockies. See, that's my point. Is like the Marlins.
I think you're being a little harsh.
The Marlins have won 2 World Series. The Washington Nationals, who've won a World Series, have won their division. The Rockies have come close to winning their division one freaking time. One time. They tied with the Dodgers in 2018 for the division. They should have won it that year, but they didn't trade for a left-handed starter at the deadline, or a left-handed reliever at the deadline, which is why Yasiel Puig hit that home run off Scott Oberg, because he was their best option in that spot, and he is now remembered as a GOAT instead of a GOAT of relievers here in Colorado. And that's why I look at it and I just go, Elias Diaz All-Star Game MVP is like up there for best moments in franchise history because these other franchises, even the newer ones, whether it's the Arizona Diamondbacks with the World Series win and the Luis Gonzalez play, or Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling and all these different moments the Diamondbacks had going back to the World Series recently, the Rockies moments and what the Rockies have been as a franchise have been so irrelevant that I think if you went to the middle of America and asked them who's the most irrelevant of the 120-plus professional sports franchises in all of the four major sports, the Rockies would be in there.
You're being
How am I being harsh?
No, they'd be in the mix, I think, just because they've been so bad for so long. But I don't think the Rockies are like the most irrelevant. Like, I don't know, man. There's been some pretty bad.
It's them and Charlotte Hornets.
That's exactly what
it's
I was
them and the
go.
Charlotte Hornets. Like, that's it. That's the list, basically. Probably had a couple hockey teams on the list. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some teams that don't have much pull either. Like, I mean, some of the teams I want to name have been good in recent memory.
New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah, like the New Orleans Pelicans. Like, I mean, after Ichiro, it felt like the Mariners were down and out for a long time.
The Mariners were the second best team in the American League last year.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, teams that have been good in recent memory. But like, there's been moments in like the Marlins. I think the Rockies are more relevant than the Marlins are.
I would agree with you. But they also have won 2 World Series. And
Correct,
I think
but the Rockies
will
draw.
I think people would think about the Marlins before the Rockies in the middle of America because they've won 2 World Series. And also, on top of this, you want to talk about the Mariners, who have just as little postseason success except for like the last couple of years as the Rockies. The Mariners also had Ichiro, Felix Hernandez, Randy Johnson, A-Rod in that time. Like, they had some iconic players. And you would posit Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton, and Nolan Arenado. I would agree with you to some extent, but the player we're talking about that we just mentioned with Seattle, those are no doubt surefire Hall of Famers.
Sure.
Todd is the only one that was like, and he got in, but he was
Todd, Larry. Let me ask you this, just because we're having a fun little July conversation. I think I talked about. I don't think it was with Alex. Maybe it was Drew Spivak. By the way, someone shouts out Jamie Moyer, starting for the Rockies in the latter stages of his career.
I'll never forget it.
When his time comes, does Nolan Arenado go into Cooperstown with the Rockies cap on? Because he was never.
You think he's getting into the Hall of Fame?
If he does get in.
Okay.
I think he's going to have a good chance with the Gold Gloves and everything else that he's done in his career. He hasn't won, but I think he'll be in the conversation. It's also the Hall of Very Good these days.
I mean, 10 straight Gold Gloves at a position is insane. Do you know how many career hits in the playoffs Nolan Arenado has?
Not a lot. He's been like him and Barry Bonds like in the same.
Take a guess.
I mean, he's played in. I don't know. I'd probably say like maybe 24.
24. And you want to compare him to Barry Bonds?
Well, I'm saying because Barry Bonds has a reputation of underperforming in the postseason.
Barry Bonds went to the World Series in 2002, though.
Correct. But I'm saying like Barry Bonds was not the same player he was in playoff baseball as he was in the regular season.
Nolan Arenado has 5 career playoff hits.
Wow. How many of those came with the Rockies?
4.
Wow. So you're telling me that the time that he went to St. I mean, he only made the playoffs in St. Louis, I want to say
Twice.
2 or 3 times. Yeah.
Twice.
So 1 hit in 2 playoff trips. Were they were all first round exits?
Well, one was the wild card game, then the other was the wild card series. So he played 1 and then 2 games.
So he never even got into a best of 5.
Nope.
So
Nolan Arenado has only played in 1 best of 5 series in his playoff career, and it was Rockies Brewers in 2018.
And they played 3 games in that series
and they got swept, and the offense didn't show up.
You and I had a good time in Milwaukee that year.
And no one else.
Shout out Buckley.
Yeah, no one else with the Rockies did. But us.
Yeah, no, it was a good time. Let's just assume for conversation's sake, Nolan does get elected to the Hall of Fame, though. Like, I mean, he might make the playoffs this year with the Diamondbacks. Like, even if he wins a World Series with the Diamondbacks, like, don't you kind of have to think it's either going to be Rockies or no logo on the cap?
Can you go in with no logo?
I believe you can.
Really?
I believe you can.
Let me see.
Because I think that was a big thing. Like, I know Beltran went in with a Met cap because I know it was between him. I believe there's a couple of players.
Mussina and Holiday went in with no logos.
Wow, real? Wow. You're saying Roy Halladay?
Yes. Greg Maddux and Tony La
legend.
Russa also don't have logos on their hat.
Okay. So it's maybe, it's not unprecedented, but it's not as common as maybe I thought it was.
I'm surprised Maddux went in as a no logo. He spent half his career with the Cubs. And
I'm
kind of
surprised Halladay
I'm still surprised
too. Like,
well, what do you?
A Philly?
I would say Blue Jay. See,
but he won a World Series and the no-hitters and the perfect games in the playoffs and everything that came with that Phillies.
Yeah, but he played so much longer for the Blue Jays.
He did. Okay, so I guess I could understand it there.
I mean, he had a bulk of his career with the Blue Jays. I mean, how many Cy Youngs did he win with the Blue Jays? 1, and he was like a multiple-time All-Star. I mean, he had a couple iconic moments at the Phillies. There's no doubt about it, but the Blue Jays where he spent a bulk of his career.
So this is an interesting kind of way to phrase the conversation because, like, Holiday, there's a dilemma, right? Like, Mussina, a little bit of a dilemma, right? You're talking. Who's the other name you put on there?
Greg Maddux.
A little bit of dilemma. Good with a lot of different teams.
Maddux is the one that's most questionable to me because Maddux was dominant for the Braves and iconic. And even me as a Cubs fan, I think of him more as a Brave than a Cub.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right.
Me too.
Even though he won a Cy Young with the Cubs.
But, like, if Nolan went in with no team on his cap, it's out of petty and frustration.
Right.
Not because it's like, oh, I was so good with this team and I was so good with this team.
Because it's pretty clear who he should go in as right now if he was a Hall of Famer. Let's say he has like 3 more good years, 2 with the Diamondbacks. It's pretty clear who he should go into the Hall of Fame as.
Right.
It's a Rocky.
Number 3?
Would they retire his number?
I was literally just about to ask you that. I think so.
I think they would
think
because
they
of the
would.
marketing opportunity, but like
That's why, yeah.
Like, could you imagine Dick and Nolan in the same room again?
I mean, what's the old saying, right? Time heals all wounds. Like, maybe there's
That was a
scenario.
pretty big wound,
It was, but I also think Bridich had a lot to do with that. And Bridich is no longer in the
Yeah,
picture.
and who chose Bridich over Nolan?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
You chose the front office guy.
If I put myself in Nolan Arenado's shoes and I find myself in my mid-40s and I'm done playing for 5-10 years, whatever it might be, I'm getting in the Hall of Fame, and Dick Monfort calls me up and says, hey, I want to break bread with you, I'm breaking bread.
Okay, here's my point on that. And Troy Tulowitzki's not a Hall of Famer. He should have been if he didn't get hurt. He had the talent, but he's not, and I'm not disputing that. How often have you seen Troy Tulowitzki around the Rockies in the last couple of years?
It's a good point. Troy still holds a big grudge over the Rockies organization.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess
And he's still in baseball.
And I know this one isn't like necessarily the same, but like Matt Holliday seems to have a pretty good relationship with the Rockies. Came back to play for him. So
Yes.
drafted by him.
Yes.
So like there's, the other example.
But I think that trade and also what came of Matt Holliday's career was not necessarily impeded by that trade. And I would say Matt Holliday to most people is thought of as a Cardinal.
Yeah, except for us here locally.
Right. So
I think of him as an Athletic.
the one season with the Athletics, I think of him as a Yankee.
Yeah.
No, I think that it worked out for Holliday, whereas it didn't work out for Tulo, and it hasn't really worked out for Nolan so far.
But with Tulo, if I remember, he didn't want to be traded. Wasn't it kind of like a Ryan McMahon situation?
No, it was.
I said kind of, not like fully. But
It was every single year. It was like, are they going to trade Tulo?
Right.
I wonder where these trade rumors are coming from. Why is there more trade rumors around Tulo? And finally, they ripped the Band-Aid off. It wasn't Tulo asking for a trade like Nolan, but it was pretty obvious that there was pressure being put on for a move to be made.
by Tulo's people.
By Tulo's people. It seemed like Tulo wanted that.
So then why is he upset? Because of where he was traded to, Toronto?
Well,
it was a good team at that time.
I think Tulo's upset because he has a unique personality, and his
Correct.
tenure with the Rockies did not go the way he wanted it.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, I think Tulo's beef is a little more unfounded than Nolan's. Nolan's, I'm 100% on Nolan's side.
It's different. It seems like, and Nolan, like let's not paint this picture that Nolan's a saint when it comes to personality. Like Nolan's a very intense person, very intense.
Yeah, he wanted to win. That was why he was traded, because he
Correct.
wanted to win.
Like, and it's like maybe like Tulo, like Nolan was chill when it came to like his personality, like off the field, like relationship with teammates and all that kind of stuff. It seems like Tulo was like, a little bit higher maintenance.
Tulo's high maintenance,
Yes.
high strung. Yeah, and Nolan might have been that way with just the way he approached the game. Tulo was like that on and off the field.
Right.
And Tulo had a posse in the clubhouse. We'll put it that way.
You're spot on with that as well. Yeah, it's interesting, and we're talking Major League Baseball here today. Just because, it is baseball season. I know we're in the All-Star break right now, but, Jake floats out this idea of the Elias Diaz MVP in the All-Star game being one of the more iconic moments in franchise history. Like, I don't think he's honestly that far off. I don't know if embarrassing is the right word. You're going to probably say that it is. But
it's 100% embarrassing.
Isn't the most iconic moment not being the worst team in the history of the sport, narrowly avoiding being the Cleveland Spiders last year?
See, that's mean. I didn't even go there.
Yeah,
like, you want to call me mean.
Yeah,
like,
come on,
look at Alex behind the glass.
That was pretty big for me, because I was like, can we just not be the worst team ever? That was pretty big for me.
The fact that I've had to write about the Cleveland Spiders so many times that I read a book and did a research project on it did make me want to appreciate the Rockies, because it was an incredible story to read about the Cleveland Spiders. And I'm not sure of how aware you are of the 18.
Not much. Not very aware.
They didn't play a home game in the second half of the season.
Why is that?
Because they couldn't draw any fans to the stadium because they were so bad.
Wow.
So the teams wouldn't come travel to play them because they would split the road gate, they would split the revenue. So they played their entire second half of the season on the road. They won like 4 games the entire second half of the season. Meanwhile, the reason why they were so bad is because the St. Louis Browns owner bought the Cleveland Spiders before the year and traded players such as Cy Young from the Cleveland Spiders to the St. Louis Browns.
Right.
So it basically became a minor league team within Major League Baseball. And anyone who was on the Spiders was like, well, this stinks. I'm not even going to try.
That tracks.
And they were almost better than the Rockies were last year. Nearly.
Right. Well, let me put it to you this way. I'll give you the floor. Do you want to call your shot for tonight? Do you want to call your shot for the All-Star game? Is Hunter Goodman coming up in the 8th inning with the National League down 1, pinch hit situation scenario, walk-off home run, National League wins off the graces of Hunter Goodman's bat? Does Hunter Goodman contribute to this game tonight, and does he have an opportunity to win National League or just All-Star game MVP?
Who? All-Star game MVP. That is...
Follow in the footsteps of Elias Diaz. Is tonight the night for Goody?
I want to know what the odds are for
I'll look it up.
Ask Will Peterson. He'll probably remember.
Will talked about it on the radio. This is where I asked the question. I heard him yesterday.
Will loves to do this.
Oh,
Will loves to take a little Rocky
He's
late.
like, get your ticket in.
Here's Schwarber's the favorite, plus 1,300. Harper's tied with him. Then it's Soto, Caminero, Witt, Diaz, Murakami, and Trout. I'm not picking Hunter Goodman. I'm really not picking Hunter Goodman. I think it was pure luck that the Rockies guy was even up in the right spot because most likely they're putting someone else in that spot because they want the stardom of Major League Baseball in that spot. If I had to pick anyone right now, American League pick would probably be Junior Caminero. National League pick, I'm going PCA. PCA has been the best player in baseball this year. I got to go with that.
Okay, I like it. I hope for conversation's sake Hunter Goodman wins All-Star Game MVP so we can come in here tomorrow.
And then we can make a comprehensive list, top 20 moments in Rockies history.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we definitely will do that. Like honestly, we'll do some homework and we'll research and all that kind of stuff. Where would Hunter Goodman rank among that alongside Elias Diaz? Would be hilarious. But yeah, let's just stick with Rockies for a little bit longer because you and I have also had some spirited debates about like just how good or bad this Rockies team might be. Like Alex was talking about what they were last year and how they've been, marginally better since then. I mean, they sit here at the All-Star break at 39-59, so they're 20 games below 500, 22 half back of the Dodgers
worst
in
team in the
place.
National League.
Right. But doesn't it feel like they're much better though? And I know that's like a long way. That's crazy to say, but it actually feels like they have some fun young players on that roster. And I think tomorrow we're going to kind of go player by player and have some fun about like trade, not trade. But doesn't it feel like they actually have an identity this year despite being 20 games under 500?
They are literally 14% better at winning baseball games this year, which is a lot. That's
a big leap.
That is a lot. So yes, I would agree with you that they are a lot better. They are a lot better than being the worst team in the history of baseball. They are simply now just the worst team in their own league, which again is a lot better as I joke about it. I think a large part of them establishing identity is just that Warren Schaefer had the full season, has sculpted this. I don't necessarily agree with everything Schaefer has done, but I do like the idea of focusing on defense, being more aggressive on the base paths, using their speed. And I think guys like Jake McCarthy and Cole Carrick especially have been really fun to watch. Hunter Goodman has been fantastic. So I think there is an identity. I think it's a lot more fun to watch. However, I'm not going to sit here and go, it's fun to watch. It's not fun to watch. They're a bad baseball team, and the things that give you hope about the future are honestly still few and far between. Jake McCarthy does not give me hope of the Rockies' future. Cole Carrick might a little bit.
TJ Rumfield might.
No. That is a one-off year from a guy who's a quad A player. TJ Rumfield is just Jordan Pacheco 2.0 or Nolan Jones 2.0. We've seen this before. I would trade TJ Rumfield tomorrow.
He's one that I've been kind of going back and forth on, to be honest with you. I mean, I think he's 25 years old. I think Moniak and McCarthy are guys you have to trade.
Well, at least Moniak's really popping off the last couple of years.
Like,
at least
Goodman's
Moniak
26.
has the talent. Like, Moniak was a top prospect.
Right.
Moniak was a top draft pick. Like, the talent's been there. It just hasn't panned out. Rumfield was never a top prospect. He's never really had a chance. You know, a left-handed hitting first baseman that fields right. These guys are common. I know he's batting .296. He's got 12 home runs at first base. That's not going to cut it for me. I'd rather the guy be .250 from first base, hitting 20 home runs and driving in 55. Like, to me, TJ Rumfield is a serviceable first baseman. You should trade him.
No, I hear where you're coming from. But like let's take Rumfield out of the conversation for just a minute. Man, you got Hunter Goodman at catcher, who's 26. You've got Kyle Karras, who we mentioned, 23 years old. Tovar's at 24, and I know he's been terrible this year. Cole Carrick, 24 years old as well. And you've got guys like Ethan Holiday. We'll see what happens with Zach Veen. You've got Charlie Condon as well. Like, they're still a few years away. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But it feels like you've got some pieces here. Obviously, pitching is an entirely different conversation, and that's why I think they need to trade the Mickey Moniaks and the Jake McCarthys of the world, because they have to just go after pitchers and prospects that can help get the job done in that department. But like when it comes, like the one thing I've always said about the Rockies, Jake, is offensively, the last couple of years were more of the exception than what they've traditionally been. The Rockies have never really had a problem finding position players that can go out there and be serviceable hitters. I mean, you think back to those Tulo, Cargo, Arenado days even, and I know that's, maybe a bold comparison, but like their issue wasn't hitting those years. I mean, Michael Cuddyer won a batting title, for crying out loud, in one of those seasons for the Rockies. They're going to figure out ways to hit. The question is, can they unlock the pitching?
The worst hitting they had was in 2017 and 2018, which is funny because that team is loaded.
Yeah.
But that lineup was just okay. Like, the back half of that lineup had some real problems. It was pitching that won them.
Who was the back half of that lineup, 7, 8, 9?
Gerardo Parra.
That would have been.
Ian Desmond.
And
Daniel Murphy at one point.
No, that was 19. Who am I thinking? Tony Walters, who I'm thinking of.
Tony Walters or Chris Iannetta, the back half. And then
Drew
Butera.
Oh.
You don't think I know ball? People on Twitter out here saying Jake Shapiro doesn't know ball. Like,
no, I'm just thinking back. It's
Come at
been
me.
so long since I've
How
thought
about
that
what's
team.
his name? Talkman?
Mike Talkman.
Who ended up having a really good career elsewhere.
Rymack was hitting 5.6 in that lineup?
And then you had Rymack wasn't in the lineup.
In 18 he was, I feel like. Not
he
17
was more.
He came up.
I don't think so. I think he was not in the line. No, because he came up in 8. I want to say he came up towards the end of 18, and he hit that walk-off home run against the Dodgers. Because it was DJ at second and Nolan at third. Rymack was not in the lineup.
I don't know. Why do I feel like Ryan McMahon was in that lineup? Well, because they brought Cargo, and Cargo was never himself in the end there at 8 and 8.
But he still played like 150 games. He played a ton that year. I mean, David Dahl was their fourth outfielder.
That's who I'm thinking of, David Dahl, yep.
Noel Cuevas, Tom Murphy, Garrett Hampson played a lot for that team. Who is that guy they traded to the Orioles? I'm forgetting his name. That shortstop, Pat Valaika.
Pat McAfee? He looks like Pat.
He does look like Pat
Raimel
McAfee.
Tapia.
Raimel Tapia. Yeah, I mean, Ryan Hannigan was on these teams. Jonathan Lucroy, Alexi Amarista. Can't forget him.
Jonathan Lucroy was a really good trade at deadline pick.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
He hit like 314.
Him and Pat Neshek.
Pat Neshek was
Those
a
are
good
good
guy to talk to in
moves.
the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Steven Cardullo.
That's after.
No, it wasn't.
Cardullo
was on 17.
Really?
Cardullo came up late 16 and was in the starting lineup the day Kyle Freeland made his debut. Starting lineup 2017 opening day.
Oof, blows my mind.
Yeah. How do I know this? Because I was there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're talking about pitching. The Rockies' first 4 picks of the MLB draft, shortstop, catcher, pitcher, catcher. Then they went with a bunch of pitchers, but that doesn't fit my narrative.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Exactly right. Well, good Rockies conversation to open up hour number 2. Let us know your thoughts on the state of the Rockies. Hunter Goodman in the All-Star game tonight. What do we think happens for him? And maybe we'll have some fun tomorrow and do some top moments in Rockies history. When we come back, though, we'll talk a little Denver Broncos football. One wide receiver found himself on the NFL's top 100 ahead of quarterback Lamar Jackson. We'll tell you who it is and break that down next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In Ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof down the street.
And in Ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in Ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Hey, it's Mike Evans with all these Bluebird days in Colorado. Enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. Through July, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing is available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Or been told you need a procedure or surgery, but you have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's usually more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks, and I've been able to keep the weight off, and I'm telling you what, I feel great.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation. Call and take control of your health. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
The average cost of a first-time DUI in Colorado is over $13,000, and a conviction gives you a criminal record. Make a plan for a sober ride before the party begins. Don't underestimate impairment.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is pitch. P-I-T-C-H. Text pitch to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's pitch to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil here on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. We got Alex and Big Kev behind the glass. Hope everyone is doing well out there on this Tuesday, July the 14th. Good conversation there on the Rockies in the last segment. Always love talking Rocks, man. I know you and I both agree on this, Jake. Like, there would be nothing better than just like the Rockies even just being competitive. I'm not saying like championship contenders because they haven't really ever been that in their franchise's history. But like imagine if we're talking about, hey, like are the Rockies going to make the playoffs like down the stretch of this season right now, right? Like this is a town that rallies around its baseball when the team is good. It just hasn't been able to do that for quite some time.
Yeah, it would kill for me, or I would kill for the Rockies to be in a real pennant race.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I mean, think about, we're talking about no downtime in the summer. Like we'd actually almost welcome the All-Star break as like a moment to take a deep breath and gear up for what could be a home stretch of the baseball season that actually matters. But obviously, we're a few years away at least from that, and we'll see how the Rockies season ends this year. But let's go over to the Denver Broncos here, where Courtland Sutton finds himself on the NFL's top 100 list for the first time in his career. He comes in at number 68. And look, I think Courtland Sutton's a very, very solid receiver in this league. I don't consider Courtland Sutton to be an elite receiver, and I don't think by being ranked number 68, you're considered elite necessarily by any stretch. But you're an upper echelon player, I think, when you're being ranked 68. And what's interesting to me is where a fellow Bronco ranks on this list, Zach Allen coming in at number 73, who I can make an argument is legit an elite at his position, interior defensive line. But maybe most shocking, who's right behind Courtland Sutton on the list, Jake, that being quarterback Lamar Jackson, a former league MVP, a guy who has been a consensus top 5 player, it seems like, in the NFL for 4 or 5 years now, finds himself at number 69 behind Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about Courtland Sutton's rise and the respect he's garnered across the league. I've long been a Courtland Sutton fan, so I'm very happy to see him this high on the list and getting some of the respect and flowers he's deserved for a long time. Now, 68th on the list might be a little bit high for where I would have Courtland Sutton, and I do wonder who was, because this is a vote of the players. I wonder
Correct.
Which player had him the highest. Like, did Trent McDuffie, when he was on the Chiefs, put him at 33? Where is the range of these Courtland Sutton votes? So I'd be curious to know that. But, yeah, it's great to see Courtland Sutton get some love, especially when considering he might not even be the number 1 wide receiver on the Broncos. You have the 68th best player in football as your second best player at your position. It's kind of a crazy thing that the Broncos might be able to say this year.
Do you think Jalen Waddle's on the list ahead of him, and where is he?
No, Jalen Waddle's not on this list.
I should have probably checked if he was. I don't think he was, because the only Bronco that's on it is Zach Allen. So, wow.
Because Jalen Waddle wasn't on it last year, and he didn't have necessarily a year that would make him be on this list. Let me ask you this. Looking at the wide receivers on this list already named, okay? So Zay Flowers is at 71.
Who, for what it's worth, had about 200 more receiving yards than Courtland Sutton.
A.J. Brown's at 80. And Tet McMillan's at 87. Those are the wide receivers named so far to the list.
That's interesting. So
are you taking Courtland Sutton over any of those guys?
I think I'm...
A.J. Brown, Tet McMillan, or Zay Flowers?
I'm not sure. I don't think I can say definitively. I'm not a big A.J. Brown fan, but I don't think there's any question of how effective he is when he's in the right mindset. I think Tet with McMillan, I think the jury's kind of still out. I think he's got a lot of upside, so maybe I would take Courtland over him right now just because I think McMillan's still kind of a raw prospect. And Zay Flowers, I think, is a coin flip too.
I mean, McMillan had in his rookie year 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. He had basically Sutton's year as a rookie last year. A.J. Brown also 1,000 yards, had 7 touchdowns. And Zay Flowers was maybe his worst year with Lamar in his prime because Lamar was so bad. And Zay Flowers was still a guy that
1,200 yards, 5 touchdowns for Zay last year.
Right. So I look at this list, and even the wide receivers below Courtland Sutton, I'm going, I wonder which players in the league think Courtland Sutton is better than these guys, because in my ranking of just what I would throw out there off the top of my head, I would think that I would put those guys ahead. I'd have to dig into it more to go, maybe I do have Sutton above Tet McMillan. That's a good point. Maybe I do have Sutton as a more consistent player than A.J. Brown. Zay Flowers, I think you're splitting hairs at that point, but that's literally splitting hairs on the list. It's the difference between 71 and 68.
So then, speaking of splitting hairs here, it sounds like we're underappreciating Courtland Sutton and maybe overrating what Jalen Waddle could be.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Because you're talking about Jalen Waddle not being on this list, and I think there's and look, I agree with you. I think Jalen Waddle is a massive get for this Denver Broncos team. But I don't think it's the equivalent of acquiring a Justin Jefferson. Not even close. I think it's a really nice addition, and I think Jalen Waddle's a really good wide receiver. But Jalen Waddle is probably closer to Courtland Sutton in skill set than he is of that of a Justin Jefferson.
I mean, I would love for another Courtland Sutton at even that. I don't think that I don't even know if Jalen Waddle is as good as Courtland Sutton. I don't. I mean, look at Waddle's career so far. He's been the number, he's gotten a lot
number 2 for the most part behind Tyreek.
Right, besides his first year. And that second year that he was in the pros with Tyreek having his insane year in their offense, that was when Waddle really popped and had 1,400 yards. You look at the rest of Waddle's career, it's hard to argue that you would take him over Courtland Sutton. Just statistical profile, as well as like what they offer you as, a 5'10 speedster versus a 6'3 kind of bully ball wide receiver.
And that's where I really don't like having the conversation of wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, because I think they're two different players. And ultimately, Courtland Sutton does things well that Jalen Waddle doesn't, and vice versa. So I think that's where it's like, from the ultimate kind of complementary piece, it makes a lot of sense because they're going to be able to play off each other's strengths. And now if you're the Broncos, you're looking at it as like, hey, we can beat you in multiple different ways. Now, for what it's worth, I think Marvin Mims has some similar skill sets to that of Jalen Waddle. They just haven't been able to unlock that and untap that for whatever it might be. But you have two established guys, right? For a long time, the last few years, in particular the last couple of seasons for the Broncos, you had one guy that you felt pretty confident would go out there and produce any given Sunday, and that was Courtland Sutton. Every other week could be, oh, here's a Marvin Mims game, here's a Troy Franklin game, we'll sprinkle a little Pat Bryant, okay, we got RJ Harvey out of the backfield as a receiver too. Like, it's the fact that you have two really competent wide receivers. Like, I'm looking for a stronger way to say that. Like, maybe their ceiling isn't as high as some of these true upper echelon guys in the league, Jake, but these are two guys that, as long as they're both healthy, you should be able to rely on consistently any given Sunday.
I sorted by this statistic. Tell me what statistic this is just based off this. Last year, it was Marvin Mims, then Jalen Waddle, then Courtland Sutton in this statistic.
Yards after the catch?
Yep. And they ranked 81st, 83rd, and 84th in the league with about 200. That is less yards after the catch last season than Pat Freiermuth, who moves like a train.
I'll discount Waddle a little bit just because last year was a mess at the quarterback position for Miami.
But that's yards after the catch.
Correct, but I'm saying, like, how many balls do you get, like receiving yards and everything else that kind of comes with that too. Like, yards after the catch also probably has a lot to do with ball placement and setting you up to burst after you make the catch.
I guess, but Waddle still caught 64 balls. I mean, we're talking about, if you look at yards after the catch last year.
And Tyreek's house, you probably got a second defender shadowing over.
Yeah, but like,
there's a lot. It's less. It's more than just a number, Jake. Like, there's a lot that goes into what that number ends up being.
Michael Carter alongside Jacoby Brissett last year had 257 yards after the catch. He had more. Like, you want to? I know there's more to it than that, but we're looking at guys who had far fewer opportunities. Whether it's a Hunter Henry as a tight end that should be on paper slower, and they got far more yards after the catch. Brock Bowers, Jake Ferguson, Cade Otton. Like, to me, that's one of the biggest downfalls, which is why I don't know that I would be willing to say either one is a true number one wide receiver. I look at them as like kind of both in between being a 1 and a 2. I think it's going to work out really well for the Broncos, but I don't think Sutton's in that upper tier. I don't think Sutton's a top 100 player in the NFL off the top of my head, but as a Courtland Sutton fan, I'm really happy he's getting his deserve and praise.
Look, it's going to be fascinating. I think it sounds like you value Courtland Sutton a little bit more than I do, but I value Jalen Waddle more than you do. And ultimately, hopefully we find ourselves somewhere in the middle where this Broncos passing attack in that wide receiver room really blossoms and helps Bo Nix just continue to develop further in his career. But guys, this Thursday from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican Restaurant, located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirts. Be sure to check out our friends over at Santiago's there coming up on Thursday from noon to 1. Get that T-shirt and you can rep it to training camp. All right, let's hit a quick break. When we come back, we'll stick with football. We'll go a bit national and break down why maybe the best team in the league might just be getting better. That's next.
With the Broncos bringing back J.K. Dobbins and drafting Jonah Coleman, is there an important piece that fans could be sleeping on?
It just seems like RJ Harvey's been the forgotten man in all this. There were things he did last year that maybe didn't blow you away. He was a rookie. I'm one that refuses to bury a guy until I see how he comes back for that second year. Because for a lot of these rookies, that rookie season is just one big whirlwind.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Josh Dover here for my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you getting into your 40s, maybe your late 30s, and you're starting to notice a difference in your body, in your brain, in your sex drive? I did at about 38 years old, and I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com to address those issues because I wanted to be a modern-day male. I don't want to just deal with what our bodies are giving us. There can be things done about it now. So as you get older, take control. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. How about this one? Be better in the bedroom. That's exactly what your testosterone levels can do. Get your first appointment today with RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's only $99. It could be free if you do what I did, which is sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. But more importantly, they're going to draw your blood and tell you what your T and PSA levels are. Then you're going to talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider about real options, like I did. And in about 2 weeks, all that was gone. Brain fog gone. Energy back, and the sex drive was there. It's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. They have amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Beachside,
All right, welcome back into the program. Danilo Piro and Jake Shapiro. It is Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil. Hope everyone is doing well out there. If you guys want some more Shapiro and Piro, you can check out that program on the Denver Sports YouTube channel. It also goes live on Facebook and Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it, up at 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Some clips as well on social. You can follow me at Media by AP, and he is at Shapalicious. All right, good conversation there on Cortland Sutton. I do want to kind of stay with a football theme just because I'm sure it's been talked about on this station, but it seems like we're getting closer and closer to this becoming official. You saw the video from a week or so ago, I think it was like maybe last week or maybe the week prior. Aaron Donald working out at the Los Angeles Rams facility, kind of keeping it in the Colorado family with, KSC and Walton Penner and everything that kind of comes with that. Aaron Donald's going to come out of retirement, Jake. And I don't know how you view the Rams. Like, I know you guys beat the Rams in the playoffs last year, right? The Bears?
Yeah.
That was the epic comeback win.
The Bears
or you beat
the Packers and then lost to the Rams, and the Rams lost the Seahawks.
You're correct. You're correct. I'm sorry. I don't know why.
It was a great game. The Bears had a chance, and it was a great back and forth game. But yeah.
So I even before last year even started, I said it's the Rams league, right? Like I've been big on this Rams best team in the NFL narrative for at least over a year now, right? And that hasn't really changed for me, despite them flaming out last year against Seattle. Yeah, I remember now because I had big money on. I was all over the Rams in that championship game, and that did not end up the way that I wanted it to, obviously. But, I mean, you're talking about, obviously, the trade for Myles Garrett. You give up Jaron Verse, and that's a big, giveaway versus an upper echelon player was on the fringe of that coaches poll that had Benito at number 10. I believe it was going to come down to either Benito or Verse for that number 10 spot. But just kind of like from a general NFL perspective, like the prospect of adding Aaron Donald to a defense that already has Myles Garrett to an offense that has Matthew Stafford, the reigning defending league MVP, with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, like it feels almost too good to be true. Like if the Rams get Aaron Donald and these guys stay healthy, man, look, anything can happen. But as someone who thought they were the team to beat entering last year, doubling down on that would be crazy for them this upcoming season.
Look, and there should be a lot made about Myles Garrett going to who we thought was the best team in the league already. You're adding the most talented defensive player who is an insane beast on that side of the ball to that unit, which could have used some help last year. You want to talk about Aaron Donald. I don't know why I'm doing that. Aaron Donald. I get it. It's a really exciting thing to have Donald and Garrett together. It would be awesome to watch, even as like a non-Rams fan, just as like a fan of football, right? I think we are overlooking the fact that they traded for one of the best cornerbacks in football this year, too. Trent McDuffie is now a Los Angeles Rams.
No, you're spot on, and that helps the Broncos, too. You get him out of KC.
Yes. So I look at this defense, and I think, well, that was a defense that was good enough to take him to the NFC title game, and they just added Trent McDuffie, Myles Garrett, and Aaron Donald.
Right.
Holy heck, man.
I want to go around the horn here. Before Aaron Donald even potentially comes out of retirement, Alex and Kev, do you believe the Rams are the best team in the NFL, or is there another team that comes to mind?
They're my favorite to win the Super Bowl. As we stand right now, they're the best team in the league. Best offense, probably going to be a top 3, top 4 defense. I don't know who I can look at right now and go, this team is better than they are as they currently stand.
Okay, Kev?
I'll say this. When we're looking at stats, me and Cecil, we're always comparing the Broncos with the Rams.
Right.
So I think right now they have the best roster, but they're beatable. I think the Broncos beat them in prime time here in Denver.
Ooh, what is that? Week 3, correct?
Yeah.
We have the sheet somewhere here.
I think that's kind of the team right now to have the best roster. You're kind of basing everything off them. What do they do? How do we get better like them if you're a coaching staff?
James and I last Monday on Dover and Cecil were talking about this too. And, we all talk about how hard the Broncos schedule is, and it definitely is the first 6 weeks. But the Rams to start the season, they've got that game in Australia against San Francisco. They come home for a Monday night game against New York, and then they travel to Denver.
Schedule?
Yes. That is a really tough, and I know New York is not the best team, the Giants, but that's a Monday night game. You're coming back to Denver on a short week after you were just in Australia. Kev, I'm kind of with you. I think the Rams probably are the best team in the league, but I think the Broncos are live week 3.
Yeah, but here's the thing I'd say to that too, Jake. I think the Broncos are live against any team.
Well, obviously, but I think a lot of people have looked at the schedule, including myself, and just gone, "Oh my God, no way! That's the first 6 weeks."
It's brutal. At Kansas City, home against Jacksonville and the Rams. At San Francisco, at the Chargers, home against Seattle. I mean, that is as brutal of a 6-game stretch to open a season as I've ever seen.
If you look at the other teams that they play in the first 6 weeks, and me and James did this last Monday, in their schedules, Jacksonville was the only one that you felt like, oh, they're going to come in rested. They have got an easy lead up to the Broncos game. All these other teams, like I think Seattle and San Fran, the way that scheduling works out, one plays the Broncos right after and one plays the Broncos right before. So it's like that could be overlooked because that's a huge rivalry game. So there's like a lot of reason if you start like digging in with these other teams why it's also a really tough schedule for them as well. So I do think that ultimately the Broncos, we're going to feel good if they come away from that 3-3, but I am prefacing with it, hey, those are hard schedules for those other teams as well.
Yeah, no, that's definitely interesting, no doubt. And look, I think it's going to be fascinating. And there's so much fun to have, these on-paper conversations because, like I said, I was one of these guys last year that was all about the Los Angeles Rams that, and they ultimately fall short of the expectation of at least making a Super Bowl, if not winning the Super Bowl. Like, if I had to make a pick right now of a team coming out of the NFC, it's going to be the Los Angeles Rams, but I think it's far from a guarantee, right? Seattle's still going to be good.
Do you think Seattle should feel disrespected the way we're all talking about LA?
Yeah, but I was talking about LA like this even when they were playing Seattle last year. I was never buying what Seattle was selling last year. Not as much as I was with New England, but...
How much of this success is based on Stafford being just as good next year?
A lot.
And that's a big ask.
Right, and I think adding McDuffie helps. Maybe takes a little pressure off that. Adding Myles Garrett helps because you're going from a fringe top 10 guy in verse to a number 1 player in the league at his position and number 1 defensive player in Myles Garrett. Like, that's the thing. It's like Verse is a very good player. Like, Myles Garrett's an all-time player.
Garrett is a defense.
Yes, in and of itself, right? Like, he was the Cleveland Browns for years. And so I also think, obviously Stafford just has to stay healthy, but when you have Puka Nacua and you have Devontae Adams, like, you're going to be in good shape. Right? Like, it's not like the Broncos where it's like you're hoping Jalen Waddle fits. Like, the Rams are kind of a known commodity when it comes to the talent they have around Stafford. And Stafford's a tried and true veteran quarterback. It's really just a health question. Who is it still Garoppolo, their backup?
Ty Simpson. With Stenson Bennett.
I knew but
I think Jimmy G might be there.
I think he's a free agent right now, actually, Jimmy G. But like,
I think you're right. I think there's been talk about bringing him back, but it is Ty Simpson and Stenson Bennett.
Ty Simpson, what a draft night that was for him.
Oh, it's Stenson Bennett. Can't forget
Georgia
him.
Prodigy.
Yeah, and also I really like their tight end room, and that's the thing that might get under talked about with the Rams. Last year they ran a lot of 13 personnel. Colby Parkinson, Tyler Higbee, and Terrence Ferguson, like that's a really good tight end room.
No, it is.
Maybe they don't have that like elite standout guy, but I think a large part of the Rams' success last year is built off the fact they were so duplicative there at the tight end position.
Look, if we're just looking at it at face value, because Myles Garrett won DPOY last year, you have the MVP of the league and the DPOY on your team. Like, that's where they're at, right? Entering the next season on top of Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, who are 2 extremely dynamic receivers, and you have Trent McDuffie, who's very good in his own right in the secondary.
Yeah, and they're led by a buff on the defensive side of the ball. Nate Landman.
There you go.
Hell yeah, baby.
Love it. All right, let us know your thoughts on the Rams, the prospect of adding Aaron Donald. How scary is that? Are they your best team in the NFL? And do you think the Broncos have, what kind of a chance do you think they have, rather, in Week 3 when the Rams come to town? Jake and Kev seem to think that's a pretty good chance. I tend to agree with them as well. And away we go. We'll see what the Rams ultimately end up being this season. All right, let's hit a break. We'll get to quarter number 4. We'll move it over to the hardwood here. What's up with Payton Watson? Do the Nuggets have all the leverage in this situation? And what might their roster look like come training camp and come preseason? That's next.
Bo Nix led the league in game-winning drives, took Denver to the AFC Championship.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
And that was year 2.
Let's go, Bo Nix!
Now he's fully healthy. Jalen Waddle is in the building, and the same O-line is back for a 3rd straight year. So what's the one thing everyone's going to notice the moment training camp opens?
Here's the biggest thing I think people are going to notice right away as we get into training camp and on into the preseason. You're going to hear this phrase a lot. Get ready for it. You ready? Here's the line.
All right, give it to me.
It looks like the game's slowing down for him.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice, this is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250. So if you're over 40 with low energy, sex drive, not feeling yourself, don't stay that way. Low T Center is raising the T of American patriots from sea to shining sea. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal, because bringing back energy and vitality of your youth is worth celebrating. Go to fixmylowt.com to book a free T test. That's fixmylowt.com. Offer ends July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
Stoke here from my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
low scoring. Jake, I mean, we'll get to the Nuggets here in just a moment, but This World Cup, I think, has been incredible so far. I'm sad to see it coming down to the last 3 games here.
Yeah, I've watched nearly all of the 101 games thus far. I've been locked in, and despite the soccer jersey, despite me being a former soccer beat writer, I am not the biggest soccer person in the world, and yet I've been obsessed with everything that happens in this World Cup. It's been a phenomenal showing of sport, and I think it's been a great showcase for our country as well, as so many people have gotten attuned to American cultures and come to see different parts of America that maybe they don't see when they just think of New York or LA. So really good showing. I mean, we don't like them, but shout out to Kansas City. I think they've done a really good job in the games they've hosted and showing a different side of America that's not New York or LA.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on there. I do want to go and kind of give a texture a shout out here because I think it's good inspiration for a conversation because I do want to talk about the Nuggets and their offseason and their lack of moves and all that kind of stuff. But this texture brings up a great point, kind of piggybacking off the last conversation we had about the Rams. It's from the 8575. Man, I hate talking about how the Rams are the gold standard when the Nuggets feel like they're the worst managed KSE team.
They're not.
I don't think well, the Rapids.
I'm wearing the
Yes.
kit of the team that's the worst managed KSE team.
Let's also be honest here. Like the Rapids don't carry the same weight that the Nuggets do.
Part of that is because they're so poorly managed.
Part of that's also because of the league they play in, Jake. Like
who's a bigger team worldwide, Inter Miami or the Denver Nuggets?
You are using the extreme exception of Lionel Messi.
Of course I am.
What was Inter Miami before Messi?
It's owned by Beckham.
Right. But like point being is like the MLS does not hold a candle to the NBA or the NFL or the NHL even to a certain extent. But like let's run with that for just a second about how the Rams are this gold standard. We've seen, I think, what Kevin Demoff has tweeted about them a couple of times in recent memory, right? Like the Rams are out here being uber aggressive and making all these moves, and they just happen to share the same ownership group as the Denver Nuggets, who have a better player in their sport than the Rams do in theirs, right? Like Matthew Stafford, I know just won MVP, so maybe in a micro, Matthew Stafford is the best player in the NFL if you want to kind of phrase it that way, and they've got Myles Garrett now, obviously. But like point being is like the Rams are a really, really good team with one of, if not the best head coach in the NFL, but the Nuggets find themselves in a similar scenario where they have one, if not the best player in the league, and a guy who, for at least the last 4 or 5 years, has been a top 2 player, no worse than 2, in that stretch run, and it feels like the Nuggets and how they're managed and how they're operated and how they're run is a lot different than that of the Rams.
How much do you think the Rams are worth on the open market? Seattle went for $9.7 billion the other day.
I would guess more than that, so I'd say like $11 billion.
Yeah, I think 11 is fair. How much do you think the Nuggets are worth on the open market?
$3-4 billion, if that.
So what you're telling me is the Rams are 2 to 3 times more valuable of a franchise than the Nuggets.
Which makes sense, and I
so
I
of course
understand
they're
where
run
you're going
better
here, right? But like, isn't it also like a principle of like, I don't know, how much more money do you think the Rams make than that of the Nuggets?
Hundreds of millions more.
You think it's that much more?
Yeah.
And that's an excuse for them to treat the two teams differently?
I don't think it's an excuse. I think they do treat the teams differently because the Rams are their baby. And Arsenal, by the way, makes more money than the Nuggets too, I would bet.
I bet you Arsenal makes more than maybe all three of them like combined. Maybe not the Rams, but
I don't think their valuation.
All the Colorado sports.
I don't think their valuation would be $11 billion though. I think the Rams.
But
are the
isn't
most
it
valuable
sickening?
piece of the crown.
Isn't it sickening to a certain extent? And you talk about like the Rams are like the first child, right? And it's like the Nuggets and the Avalanche are kind of like the second and third child, right? Like they're loved, they're cared about, they're in the conversation, but they're not.
But I'm not going to look and sing the praises of the Cronkies and the way they managed the Rams when they stole them from They stole them from St. Louis and they broke everyone's hearts.
That's a separate conversation.
It's not a separate conversation. That's them owning that franchise.
Correct, but it's also about how they are running it on a day-to-day basis right now.
Okay, so the best thing they could do for the Nuggets then is move them to Los Angeles.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the aggression to win with Matthew Stafford in that window versus the aggression or lack thereof with Nikola Jokic in his window.
Do you think this is the most aggressive version of the Nuggets offseason?
Is this the most... No, but they're also have one hand tied behind their back.
Because Bennett Durando of the Denver Post just wrote a story where he questioned if this is the most aggressive version of the Nuggets offseason. I think that's a good point.
And I think the most aggressive version of the Nuggets offseason involves trading Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, or Cam Johnson, which has not happened.
Do you think it's more aggressive for them to trade Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon for a player that might not be as good, but is one player that's making less money? Mm-hmm. Or is it to stare down the second apron and go, we are going to run this back with the most talented version of this roster? Because what trade is on the board where they trade 2 starters and get one back and they actually get more talented?
There's not one right now.
Right.
And I think to your point, like the form of aggression would be staring down that second apron on the barrel.
So is this the most aggressive Nuggets offseason? Because that's what we're seeing right now.
It's been like as unaggressive, I think, as you could possibly be. Like, you're talking about a Nuggets team that is simply filled in around the edges. Like, what have they done this offseason? They brought back Tyus Jones. They cut bait with Jalen Pickett. They signed
I didn't
Marvin
say
Bagley.
it was good. I said it was aggressive.
But I don't even think they've been that aggressive this offseason.
I think the aggressive thing to do would be to bring back their entire starting lineup, pay Payton Watson, and run it back like that. I think that is the most aggressive thing the Nuggets could do.
So that's more aggressive to you than trading a core member of this team.
Yeah,
which seemed like it was going to be a foregone conclusion based off the tenor of that press conference.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been aggressive. I think that would have been forcing yourself to do something based off of monetary issues rather than the actual basketball conversation.
Which I would agree with.
I don't think that was aggressive. I don't think trading Jamal Murray is aggressive. I think that's stupid, and you're just trying to make a move to
I
save
would disagree.
money.
Trading Jamal Murray would be, it's an aggressive way to try to force change. It's an abrupt way as well. I don't think you can sit here and say trading Jamal Murray wouldn't be aggressive. It could be stupid. It could be this and that as well. But it would be an aggressive way to try to change up the psyche of this team.
I don't think it's aggressive to dump money.
But you're also forgetting about it's. You're looking at it strictly from a money up perspective. I'm looking at it as changing a core perspective. That's what I'm looking at it from. You're looking at it straight from dollars and cents. You would be taking out an integral piece of your core, one of the most beloved players in your franchise's history, for the sake of, yes,
so you're
saving some
talking
money.
about aggressive change to the actual basketball court.
Correct.
There was no option for them on the table to make aggressive change on the basketball court. So this is the most aggressive version of
Well,
the
it sounds like they didn't want to pony up the assets to get Jaylen Brown. They could have.
Not really.
They didn't want to include Jamal Murray in the deal. That's on the record reported.
Right. Okay.
Would that not have been aggressive? Would trading Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown and whatever might have been included in the deal, would that not have been aggressive?
If they had traded Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown, they would have had to not pay Payton Watson and likely trade another starter. They would have been trading 3 starters for Jaylen Brown.
I understand that. But like the point that I'm trying to make is
that would have been aggressive and foolish. Yes.
And it's not even just that though. It's there was this doomsday energy around the team, right? And I understand why the fan base is frustrated. And, like, let's just call a spade a spade. Like, the Nuggets find themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. There is quite literally nothing significant they could have done this offseason short of blowing up the roster entirely, which would have limited their ability to compete. We've talked about how they're going to win 50-plus games probably just because Nikola Jokic is healthy and the team that he has around him with the starting 5 and whatnot. But there is something to be said about the Nuggets putting themselves in this situation and maybe not being able to go all the way into that second apron as maybe some people would like them to or whatever it might be. It just feels different the way the Nuggets are treated than that of the Los Angeles Rams to kind of bring the conversation home. It feels like there's always a willingness to go the extra mile and do what's necessary and go all in to make the Rams the best team and in championship contention, where it doesn't feel like that same energy is applied to the Nuggets. And I can't sit here and tell you what those moves might be. I'm not paid to come up with those moves. That's Jonathan Wallace and Ben Tenzer. That's David Adelman. David Adelman is a average at best NBA coach. In the NFL, you've got Sean McVay, who's a top 3, top 4 NFL head coach.
That's where I would look. I wouldn't look at the roster building. I would look at where they spend their money that's not on the roster. They spend for the best coach in the NFL. They spend on a world-class training facility. They spend on a stadium that is the anchor tenant of that Inglewood development. The Nuggets are currently, the KSE is trying to do that around Ball Arena. Nothing's stopping them. Not really.
Right.
I mean, look at what the Penners were able to accomplish with their training facility. The thing getting in the way of the Nuggets in KSE is the Nuggets in KSE. So they can blame the city, they can blame whoever, this, that, and the other. But in reality, no matter what they'll say about we spend money on the court and they're projected to be a $400 million basketball team, which would be unprecedented.
Right.
Even though they won 2 playoff games. That's an aggressive thing to do, is to spend $400 million on a basketball team that won 2 playoff games. But if you want to talk about money and them spending and the way they treat these organizations and how their second child or the redheaded stepchild or whatever, it's not the on-court stuff. It's all the off-court stuff where there's the difference between the Rams and the Nuggets and the Avs.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on with that take too. And ultimately, we'll have to see just what the rest of this offseason kind of looks like here, and away we go. When we come back, though, we'll take a look at what that offseason might look like, especially with that roster. Who's going to come back? Is Payton Watson still in the mix? What's up with Spencer Jones? Jake and I will break that down next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We'll have 5 drops this year at various Santiago's Mexican restaurants across the metro area starting July 16th. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Tacori. Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement ring.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. You'll find your Tacori jewelry at Williams Jewelers, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Tacori ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood and Williams Jewelers of Cherry Creek North.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at talking to some doctors when I need to potentially have surgery, and I decided hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt like, hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
What's up, guys? It's Zach here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSeal fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, welcome back into the program. Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil. Good little back and forth there on KSC and how they treat the Rams versus how they treat the Nuggets. Ultimately, the Nuggets find themselves in a good spot. It's just not a championship spot necessarily. And I think a lot of what this Nuggets team may or may not be come playoff time, about a year or so from now, is going to be how they fill out the rest of this roster. If they fill out the rest of this roster. Because one of the thoughts that I don't think many Nuggets fans have given a lot of credence to necessarily is that they just might be done. There might not be another significant move or a new name, rather, added to this Nuggets roster, Jake. I mean, they signed the European DPOY over the weekend.
So Diallo.
Yeah, Alpha Diallo, who Denver West product, as we talked about as well. A guy that is versatile, obviously known for his defense, can hit a three-point shot here or there, but you and I were talking about it yesterday, can play 2, 3, or 4, right? So there's some versatility there. But assuming they run it back kind of the same way they did to start last year, which is a 14-man roster, if Spencer Jones and Payton Watson both eventually get signed, there's not another move for them to make.
So it would be, as the additions, Diallo, Bagley, and 2 second-round picks.
For
and you lost Tim,
right?
Bruce, Valanciunas, and Pickett.
Not great. You can't have a more underwhelming offseason, I don't think, because there's not a single new player. Like Diallo, I think you get a little bit excited about of what the prospect could be. Like, oh, could this guy come in here and contribute? Like you and I made the comparison yesterday of could he be the next Spencer Jones type of guy? But that's only going to get you so far. There's something enticing about Diallo, but he's not a game changer. There's no one that they've added this offseason, Bagley, Jones, whatever it might be, even if they brought back Tim Hardaway Jr., even if they brought back, a Jalen Pickett or a Bruce Brown or a Jonas Valanciunas. Neither one of those guys or any combination of those fellows was going to push the envelope for this Nuggets team to go out there and contend for a championship. Right now, the Nuggets feel like a very, very middle team in the Western Conference that is going to be competitive, make the playoffs, but probably flame out in the first or second round.
Yeah, I think they're still the third best team in the West, which people are going to be freaking out about because, they haven't done anything this offseason. They were so clearly the third best team in the West last year.
I think Minnesota's better.
That trade for LaMelo was a disaster for them.
See, I think the other way. I like that trade for them.
Okay.
See how it shakes out.
It's great for the 82. It's not going to work out in the playoffs.
That's fair. But I mean, that kind of factors into best. I think the Minnesota Timberwolves will have a better record than the Nuggets in the regular season, assuming Ant and LaMelo stay healthy.
I don't think LaMelo's going to play that much.
Okay.
LaMelo last year played the most games he's ever played.
And let's even take Minnesota out of this, right? It's not necessarily about being better than Minnesota, despite the fact they've been a thorn in their side the last few years. It's about competing and being better than OKC and San Antonio, which it feels like they're a long way off from still.
They're a hope and a prayer, a.k.a. a injury to Victor Wembanyama and SGA away from being real competitors.
But you know what's interesting is the way they attacked this last offseason, right? When they brought in Tim Hardaway Jr., and they traded Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson, and they brought in Jonas Valanciunas, you felt better about the Nuggets' chances to go out there and compete with Oklahoma City. And I understand that it didn't work better than where they were the previous year.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
How no?
Because I've been on this for the start. I thought trading Porter away for Cam Johnson was a problem. I liked the depth that it garnered them,
right.
And I thought the three-point shooting would be a little bit better with Tim, and that would help. But ultimately, I'm someone that believes in having the best starting five possible. And that starting five, when it played in that series against Oklahoma City, outplayed their minutes, even with literally two limbs down in AG and MPJ, both down a literal limb in that series. So I understand why people thought they would be more competitive because of the depth, but I didn't look at that offseason and go, oh my God, it solved all the issues for the Nuggets in the offseason.
And the 3-point shooting that came with Tim Hardaway Jr. I think is important too. I don't know. We can agree to disagree on that. But point being is like,
but
they
last year they had a plan and they addressed it right away
quickly.
I think they are trying this year. I think it's a misnomer to believe they're not trying and they're not being aggressive. I again think the strongest statement the Nuggets front office can make is by bringing back their entire starting five along with Payton Watson. That is a significant amount of money spent on the roster. It's a roster that we know works when it's healthy, and that's a better option than trading away a good player and a draft asset just to get a worse player back that's cheaper. I don't think that the Nuggets are necessarily sitting on their laurels doing nothing. I'm with all of you. I think the Nuggets need to do some stuff to change the roster. I just haven't been convinced that there is a move out there or that there can be a move made that will change the fortunes of the Nuggets. So when I look at what the Denver Nuggets are right now, what they could be, the best option for them is to react to market conditions, meaning play this Payton Watson thing out, get all the leverage you can, wait for the cap space to go down with these other teams, and then find a way to give Payton Watson a fair deal to what you want. That's kind of how they're playing it out with Spencer Jones right now, but Spencer Jones might be a guy that walks away because he's in a little bit different of a contract status as a non-Bird guy, whereas Watson, they can match up to literally whatever they want to. So I look at what they're doing right now, and I actually think it's a really smart thing to do because I don't think there are that many options left for the Nuggets.
Yeah, and I think it's the acceptance part of it of like, if this is ultimately what they're going to end up doing, which is running it back, just kind of like we saw the Denver Broncos do as well.
And to be clear, this is a D. I even gave this offseason a D- grade. Like, it is a bad offseason, but I was expecting it to be a bad offseason. I'm not surprised, and I think they're doing the best they can with what they have. I don't think there are moves here that they haven't, I don't think they've missed on anything. That's my point, is like, I don't even think they could have traded for Jaylen Brown, even if people wanted them to trade for Jaylen Brown. I don't think they had the package to do that. I don't think there's been a single move made in the NBA this offseason that I circled and I go, dang, would have been awesome if the Nuggets made it. The only thing that they could have done different was be more expensive and keep Valanciunas, which I was very critical of. But even that, I understand.
Right. Well, and I think that's the hard part, is like accepting how the Nuggets have gone about this offseason and accepting that, like, while you're not necessarily getting better and your roster hasn't really been improved, if anything, it's gotten worse, it's kind of the only option they had to do. And I know that's kind of a lazy way to kind of look at this offseason, because you feel like, okay, the offseason is going to give you an opportunity to retool and get this roster ready and get back in championship form. But like the Nuggets, with the way that the salary cap is and the second aprons and everything else that kind of comes with it, we're not in a position to make any of those significant game-changing moves, which is why, as much as I hate to admit, Jake, and I don't know what they're going to do in subsequent off seasons and everything that comes in the future, but at least for this year, it feels like your best path towards relevancy, competition, and trying to compete for a championship is biting the bullet and hoping that these guys stay healthy and running it back with the squad. Like, that's truly their best path, because you don't want to disrupt anything if you don't have to.
And there's a clear thing the Nuggets can do, which is a move that wouldn't prevent them from doing anything else. Bring in a better assistant coach.
Right. Like,
and it's been rumored, and they still haven't done it. Maybe that is a miss. They didn't get Frank Vogel. He went to the Warriors the other day.
Didn't Terry Stotts go somewhere, or is he still out there?
I'm not sure. But, like, that's not a name that, like, excites me. None of these names are that exciting, quite honestly. But we need a name that might be even less exciting than that, because David Adelman needs to know his job is not on the hot seat. And as much as I wanted to fire David Adelman, and I still think he shouldn't be the Nuggets coach moving forward, I don't think it's a good position to say, David Adelman, you're on the hot seat all season. That doesn't lead to good decisions.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's an interesting time to be a Nugget fan. We'll see ultimately what this roster looks like, but they could very well be done. All right, let's hit a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue along with the conversation. It's Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil.
Should fans and media look past a certain thing when it comes to Payton Watson?
It's a gamble that you have to take if you're the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, and don't we have to get over the fact that it's a $25 million a year deal? I know it. The money is insane. It's stupid. It is reckless. It is foolish, okay? I get it. I hate to say it, but $25 million a year isn't that much.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
What's up, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. If degenerative joints are trapping you in pain, then you need to go see my friends at Regen RX in Denver, because they can help you reclaim your freedom to move, to explore, and live life on your own terms. Their natural stem cell and PRP therapy uses your body's own healing power to set you free. Pain-free, that is. So get your free consultation today and give them a call at 303-630-9770, or you can visit them online at regenrx.co. And right now, you can get 50% off of your first shockwave therapy treatment in July. So give them a call again at 303-630-9770.
Nothing beats a Santiago's breakfast burrito, fresh, made from scratch, and smothered in their famous green chili every single day since 1991. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or a burrito on the go, nearly 30 locations across the Denver Metro mean you're never far from your favorite meal. And right now, when you stop into Santiago's, you can make a difference too. Round up your change, make a donation, or grab some chocolates at the counter to support Sungate Kids, helping keep Colorado's children safe. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Don't worry, Dan. I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. Medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come into the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us. 303-LAW-4040, Jacobs Law, 303-LAW-4040.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down. It can wait. Shift into safe. Don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is bunt. B-U-N-T. Text bunt to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's bunt to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The
keep it with the Nuggets conversation here for just a little bit, Jake, as I feel like the one big domino, no, it's not LeBron James. The one thing, though, realistically, that Nuggets fans have been waiting for an answer for this offseason is the status of that of Payton Watson. And while you and I both feel, pretty confident that Payton Watson will return to the Denver Nuggets, now there's some rumors about the Clippers. There was some rumor about the Brooklyn, I can't speak. Brooklyn
the Nets
as well.
The Bulls, the
right.
Hawks have recently entered the conversation.
Right. There's another team though now that has also entered the conversation,
and that would be your Milwaukee Bucks.
Look at that.
And part of me wonders at this point, as new teams seem to be popping up in the Payton Watson conversation out of nowhere, part of me wonders how much of this is just posturing from Clutch.
Okay.
His agency, right? There aren't that many suitors left. The teams that were pegged to be suitors coming into the summer, whether it be the Bulls or Brooklyn, are out of cap space. The Lakers have done their business. The Clippers are caught up in now a second Kawhi Leonard investigation that's holding up their entire offseason. So what would you do if you were the agent for Payton Watson, but start throwing out some teams who might be interested in order to force pressure on the Nuggets? And here's the thing. The Milwaukee Bucks can't just sign Payton Watson. That's not how this works. They can agree to a sign and trade, but the Nuggets need to consent to that. So the Nuggets, it could be in their best interest to do a sign and trade. The Bucks have a really interesting asset, which is because of the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, the Bucks have about $25 million in a trade exception, which means they could just absorb Payton Watson for a $25 million contract and wouldn't have to send anything back to the Nuggets. And the reason why that's important, and obviously the Nuggets would want something back, but we'll get to that in a second. If the Nuggets take a player back in a sign and trade with Payton Watson, the Nuggets get hard capped at the first apron. The Nuggets right now are so deep into the second apron that hard capping themselves at the first apron would not only mean that Watson was dealt in a sign and trade, but most likely Cam Johnson or Christian Brown is also shipped out in a separate move. So having the ability in the Milwaukee Bucks case to accept Payton Watson's salary without trading players back would be valuable. Then you might be going, Jake, why would the Nuggets do this then if they're not getting anything back? Well, they could get draft capital back. The thing with the Bucks that's interesting is they don't have that much draft capital because of all the trades they made to get guys around Giannis, and they just started recouping it with the Giannis trade, and I don't think they're going to trade one of those first-round picks already for Payton Watson.
Well, and I think to your point, a lot of this truly is just, at least from our perspective, posturing from Clutch, and that's where I think if you're a Nugget fan and you're a Payton Watson guy, who I know you and I have been on the trail of for quite some time, and while the blossom I think was maybe a little bit more significant, at least than I thought, you knew that Payton Watson was a guy that had this style of play in him and this level of play in his game as well. But that's where the Nuggets are actually probably sitting pretty, because that's been the one thing I think when Mark Stein, when the offseason really fully started kicking off around draft time, and the first thing we heard about the Nuggets was their interest to match and ensure that they keep Payton Watson. And the way that I'm kind of getting a read on the situation is you can throw Milwaukee in there, you can throw Brooklyn back in there, you can throw the Clippers in there, Chicago, any team you want. as long as the number is not egregious, which it will not be because of the limitations in cap space that a lot of these teams have, the Nuggets find themselves with all of the leverage in this situation to offer Payton Watson not necessarily a team-friendly deal, but a deal that's closer to their terms than his.
So from the game Joker went out to the end of Payton Watson's season, 24 of those 25 games he scored double-digit points. Payton Watson was so important to this team, and the thing was, he went from a guy that showed flashes over the first couple of years of his career to a guy that consistently did it every time he got an opportunity last year. He didn't always get opportunities, but every time he got opportunities last year, he was good. The problem is this is a guy who's literally played 303 career postseason minutes, and twice now has been injured at really inopportune times. This year, not able to partake in the playoffs. 2 years ago, got hurt in the run-up to the playoffs and was out of sorts when we got to the playoffs, so wasn't really an option for the Nuggets at that point. I've long been a fan of Payton Watson. I think he's a really good player. I don't think he is worth $25 million a year. I think he's worth 22 or less, and the fact that cap space has dried up around the NBA and no one can just straight up offer Payton Watson $22 million. Heck, if you really want Payton Watson, you can do it. It's a restricted free agent. You can go offer Payton Watson $22 million. If you really want him, go trade one of your guys making $5 million and clear up that space to open up some space for Payton Watson. Why has no one done this? And why are there more teams all of a sudden coming out of the woodwork? To me, this is a lot of posturing from the agency. And to me, this shows that the Nuggets hold a supreme amount of leverage in this spot to make sure that they get a long-term deal with Payton Watson. Oh, by the way, the Nuggets screwed up a couple times in the last couple of years, whether it's the Michael Porter Jr. deal or the Christian Brown deal, and not negotiating this harshly with their restricted free agents or their younger players. The Rockets have done a really good job of this. Jabari Smith Jr. just took an $81 million deal over 5 years. He's in a very similar spot to Payton Watson and Christian Brown. The Nuggets are now doing the good thing that they should be doing, which is being hard in their negotiations. It stinks right now for fans. It stinks for Payton Watson that we have to sit through this and watch this drag out all summer. But it's the right thing for them from a roster construction standpoint to just go, if you think you can get a better deal, go get a better deal.
Yeah, I think that's good business practice as well. And you ask, like, why has no other team come out here and offered that type of money to Payton Watson? I think part of that answer is, like, as good as Payton Watson was last year, yes, there's some injury concerns, but there's also some concern about, like, was this a one-year flash-in-the-pan contract situation for Payton Watson, or is he going to continue to build off of what we saw from him last season? I think the jury's still kind of out on what kind of a player Payton Watson will be consistently in this league. The one thing that I would throw out there is, let's just take the money out of the equation right now. Part of the reason, Jake, that it's of the utmost importance for the Nuggets to bring back Payton Watson is if he does pan out the way that we think and know he could, he's the next closest thing to an all-star. The only player that the Nuggets have that's not named Murray, Gordon, Jokic that has that tried and true all-star potential. Christian Brown's ceiling is a good role player. Cam Johnson's ceiling is also probably a good role player. I don't know what Trevor Brazile and Bryce Hopkins are going to be, but I can sit here confidently and say that if Payton Watson hits and Payton Watson becomes the best version of himself, you're looking at a guy that could be a multi-time all-star, and the Nuggets need that along with his youth.
If Payton Watson improves the way he did from 2025 to 2026 to 2026 to 2027, he would be an all-star next year.
Right.
I don't think he's going to make quite that leap, but we're not that many leaps off with Payton Watson. And the thing is, Payton Watson is the same age as both of the Nuggets rookies, Trevor Brazile and Bryce Hopkins. Payton Watson is extremely young still. He is 23 years old. He turns 24, I think, in September, right? Like, he is just going to be 24 when he starts next season. So this is a very young player. There's a lot of potential left, and because of the Nuggets situation with their assets and finances, Payton Watson is likely their best last chance at surrounding Nikola Jokic with a extremely valuable starter. And that's something the Nuggets need, especially with that size and versatility, especially a guy who's been so good in the locker room from what I've heard and from what I've seen and how he relates to Jokic. I like Payton Watson a lot. I know some people are dragging some stuff up with the Russell Westbrook stuff and the leaking about Gilbert Arenas and all that stuff in the last couple of years and just assuming that's Payton Watson. You can assume all you want of who that was or who that wasn't. You can look at this Payton Watson situation and just say, I'm sick of the negotiation and, just trade him and get a first-round pick and a second-round pick back. I understand why you'd be frustrated as fans right now. the thing is, the Denver Nuggets as a basketball team next year, the best version of them is with Payton Watson playing and playing a lot for them.
Yeah, and continuing to kind of blossom into the role that he created for himself last year, especially knowing the injury stuff that Aaron Gordon's dealing with and just knowing the overall age of this Nuggets roster. Like, it's imperative the Nuggets figure out a way to get Payton Watson back. It's all quiet on the Nuggets front, but hopefully we get a resolution on that situation sooner rather than later. And again, to Jake's point, it appears like the Nuggets have a lot of that leverage in their back pocket. So we'll see what happens with Payton Watson. All right, let's hit our final break. When we come back, wow, it's flown by. We'll put a bow on the show, a couple of football thoughts, and get you guys on your way. Anilo Piro, Jake Shapiro in for Dover and Seas.
Nikola Jokic says he'll sign next summer. But with $360 million on the line and no ink on paper, is the Nuggets front office feeling the heat?
Phil, if he doesn't sign this contract and he is watching the Denver Nuggets organizational moves to put him in a position to be successful, and those moves are to duck the luxury tax and the repeater tax and become less of a team that got beat in the first round anyway. You got humiliated by a team who got humiliated by another team that went on to lose. So you're not close. If the idea is to make the team worse to benefit more financially, and Jokic does walk, he would have been well within his rights to walk.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish Kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, winding on down here on the program, it is Shapiro and Piro in for Dover and Cecil. Appreciate everyone on the RamosLaw.com text line and the Champ Honda YouTube chat rocking with us on the program today. You guys are the best. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'm on social media at Media by AP. You got Jake at Chapalicious. We got at Chapalicious, excuse me. We got Kevin, Alex behind the glass as well. It's been fun, Jake. It went fast. I did a couple shows with Phil last week, and, they're fun with Phil. I can't wait for him to come in here so we could do a little more verbal sparring, him and I, but,
You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about vacation because both of us are coming on vacation too. Soon, a little bit. Do you imagine getting on the boat at all on your vacation?
The boat?
Yeah, like a boat. Are you going to be on a boat at all on your vacation?
I don't think I will be on a boat this vacation, but I will be by the ocean.
Okay, because I am going to be in a boat at some point, and I've thought about just jumping on a banana boat. And sending pictures to LeBron.
I was going to say, what if you run into LeBron on Kroenke's yacht out there in Europe?
I will be very close to where that video happened.
I mean, you might have all the insight. By the way, because I want to get to the Broncos and Cortland Sutton here to round out the show, when do you think the LeBron decision comes? Do you think it's this week? Do you think it's by the end of this month? I mean, you would think it has to be by the end of July, no?
December.
No way. That'd be hilarious, but you don't think he's going to start the season with the team?
Winner of NBA Cup. LeBron's on the line.
Do you think it's Cleveland?
LeBron makes his season debut at Christmas for whoever team.
Do you think it's Cleveland?
I think it's Golden State still. I think Cleveland's got a really good shot, but it's Cleveland or Golden State.
Do the Nuggets have the least amount of a shot?
No, I still think they've got a 15% chance. There's no way he's going to
15%?
Minnesota. Yeah, 15%. 1-5.
Wow, I've put it between
1-5.
Nikola Jokic. Oh, Kyle Speller.
Oh,
I miss it. Yeah, I miss
him.
it. It's Saturday night time. Yeah.
Somebody say Val.
Oh, we won't be hearing that one anymore.
No, I mean, it's R.I.P.
Everybody get up on your feet. It's time to meet your Denver Nuggets. There we go. Let's go. I can't wait. So, okay, you think, but seriously, when do you think LeBron's decision is coming?
I honestly think
you
it's going to come in
actually
December. I don't think it's going to go to the winner of NBA Cup, but I think it's going to happen in December.
So you think LeBron is not going to start the season with the team?
Yeah, he missed the first 20 games last year. Why wouldn't he miss the first 20 games this year?
The sciatica's acting up?
Yeah, see who's playing well and then join him.
I think he is definitely going to join the team before the start of the season, but
you know what LeBron loves more than anything?
Attention.
Yep. And you know what would cause the most amount of attention and drama?
Waiting. Pushing it off as long as humanly possible.
The LeBron James Love Island sweepstakes.
Oh, Love Island is officially come and gone.
I know. I've heard a lot about it.
Did
you watch any of it?
I did. My girlfriend was a big Love Island gal this season, so Oh, Kevin too.
Hey, shout out to Bryce.
Shout out to Bryce.
Bryce and Trinity.
Yep.
Yeah,
big fan of Trinity. You know, Carl, who ended up with Anaya, is from, I don't know if he's from here, but he lives in Colorado.
Yeah, he was saying he's
Denver.
Yeah, he's like, I go to school there. I gotta be there for like 3 or 4 years.
He looks like a DU guy.
Yeah, he looks very smart.
Yeah, very smart. Yeah,
maybe Mines.
Ooh, could be Mines.
Oh, maybe.
Could be. I always kind of sleep on Mines. I can't lie. I just not that I forget about it. It's just like it's a very specific.
I've got a Regis grad and a Mines grad in my life, so I am always brought up by those two.
Could be Regis too. I don't know. But yeah, Love Island. I'm bittersweet that it's over, to be honest with you. I kind of enjoyed watching it every night, but
we should do like a show called like Lust Peninsula.
Lust Peninsula?
Yeah, just like a spinoff.
We should do our own version of a reality TV show here at the station. Like the morning show going out the drive.
I think there's some stuff to work with for sure.
Oh, there's plenty of stuff. Are you kidding me? I think you should have seen when I went to the 100 holes of golf thing with Stoke and Zach. That
did you
in
see
and of itself.
Did you see the shirt Stink was wearing today when we walked in?
I didn't get a chance to read it, but it looked a bit obscure.
Mike Evans was on the shirt. It was like a whole Mike Evans tribute shirt.
Oh, really?
Did you guys see this behind the glass when Sheriff was walking out?
I didn't see the shirt, but it's got to be from that box over there to your left.
We got extra shirts of these?
There's extra Mike Evans fanboy shirts?
If you look in that box, there might be. There's a listener brought some shirts in and kind of all about the morning show, making fun of them.
And people are willing to wear these Mike Evans fanboy shirts?
I'd wear that.
You would wear that?
I'd wear a Mike Evans fanboy shirt. I'm a big fan of Mike.
Really?
That's my guy.
I mean, if you gave me a couple dollars, maybe a little promo for Mike.
Nah, I'd do it just for the love of the game.
Wow.
Well, speaking of T-shirts and free T-shirts, guys, from Thursday from noon to 1 p.m., it's our first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 T-shirts. We'll be at Santiago's Mexican restaurant located at 2501 Ford Street in Golden. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. Okay, to round out the program, though, Jake, we've hit on this a couple of times, but I do kind of want to put a bow on the conversation. The more and more we've talked about it, the more and more surprising it is to me that Courtland Sutton not only made the NFL Top 100 list for the first time, because that seems ridiculous. He's, I feel like, definitely been a top 100 player in years past. But it's the fact that he comes in at number 68. That seems a bit aggressive, especially considering Zach Allen finds himself in the 70s.
It is funny for us to be sitting here going, he should be in the NFL top 100 more. He shouldn't be that high. He shouldn't be that high. That's a little high. I do think it's a little high. I'm not going to be mad about it, though, because I think Courtland Sutton has not gotten the respect at certain points in his career that he should, like we're kind of referencing now. But it is interesting from a Broncos perspective to consider that the 68th best player in the league is the second best player you have at a key position. And that goes to show you how improved that wide receiver room is in theory with Jalen Waddle. Let me ask you this, and we've gone back and forth on Bo as well, and we'll bounce around this NFL Top 100. We both have different opinions on Bo, but we both believe he's, not an elite quarterback, but a good one. Where do you think Bo's going to come in at the NFL Top 100? If I set the over-under...
Do we think Bo's on the list?
If I set the over-under at 49.5.
Oh, he's under that.
Kev, are you taking under?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Bo, 49.5, NFL Top 100. Do you think he's going under?
Do you even think he's on the list?
Do you think he's on it, or do you think he's getting announced like the next week and a half, or is he in the top 50? That's my question.
He might be right around 50, if I had to guess right now. I mean, the way it's all coming out, I thought he would be on there already, the way the national media hates him. But I think he's got to be maybe top 50-ish.
That's why I said it at 49.5, because I'm really curious if he's going to sneak in.
I would say between 50 and 60, so in the 50s.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I would, again, even me, I'd have maybe Bo a little bit higher.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair to think that that's going to happen because we know the players and the national media kind of disregard Bo a little bit.
You got, 16, 17 quarterbacks on these other lists. I don't know. Again, these players, they vote real quick. So we'll see how quickly they voted and if the players actually like Bo or not.
They vote very, very quick. And as I pointed out earlier on the show, and we can ask Phil this when he walks in a second, it's not like these guys are watching the NFL that much when they're in the league. Like, how are they watching? In the quarterbacks named so far, by the way, and I think it's interesting that you pointed out, AP, of will Bo make the list? Quarterbacks right now on the list. Bryce Young at 98. He not a guy that was on the executive poll.
Right.
Brock Purdy at 85. Baker Mayfield at 77. Jordan Love at 72. And Lamar Jackson at 69. So I hear 4 of those guys that I mentioned were guys that got more votes by the execs. So there's a chance, as Kevin's kind of pointing out, we think he's going to come in the 50-60. He might not be on this list.
See, you say Bryce Young, and I'm like, oh, he's definitely going to make the list. And then you throw out some of these other names and where they're at. And I'm like, I'm not so. I don't know if Bo Nix, and I agree with you, it seems like the voting process is a bit rushed and a bit flawed. I don't know if Bo Nix is like respected like that, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I really don't. Like, I think people like look at Bo Nix, or like, I don't think guys are like going out of their way to like show love for Bo. Like, he doesn't give me like outside of his own teammates. I'm saying like league wide. Like, I don't know if Bo has that type of clout. Like it seems like Bryce Young has more clout than Bo Nix. Maybe because he was a first round pick, maybe because he played at Bama, but like, it doesn't seem like Bo is thought of in the same way as maybe other players. It's kind of like a fraternity, right?
Yeah.
It feels like Bo's kind of in this one section where there's other guys in others.
See, like you say Bryce Young, okay, we'll take him over Bryce. Then you say Brock Purdy, okay, we'll take him over that.
Yeah.
Then you throw Baker and Lamar. It's like, now where's he go?
Right,
and like even
Lamar,
Jordan Love, by the way.
Love, you feel like he's in that tier. So to be honest, I don't know where this list is going to go, to be honest with you.
Like, he could end up literally being in the top 20 or not on the list, and I would be as shocked either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there.
You said top 20?
Well, you got to think.
There's a 0%
No. But, like, I would say he led
You and I have a better chance of growing 5 inches than Bo Nix being in the top 20 this year.
He led his team to the AFC Championship. They went 14-3. They won a lot of games last year, the Broncos did, okay? Players vote for the players that are successful because they lose to that guy. They see number 10 in the other uniform, and they go, we lost that guy. He must be good. I think it's one of the reasons why Lamar came down so far this year is because the Ravens weren't that good last year. So they see that themselves losing to Bo Nix and the Broncos, and they're like, okay, who from the Broncos is in my top 100? Well, Bo Nix is their star player. I'll put Bo that high. They won a lot of games last year. I think it's as unlikely both ways that Bo is not on this list or Bo is in the top 20.
Well, your hypothesis might have some legs to it, too, because you got to think about Courtland Sutton making the list for the first time in his career. Courtland Sutton's had other years that are pretty comparable to the year that he had last year, but it's probably because of the team success the Broncos had as an organization that led to Courtland Sutton being as high on the list as he is, which you and I both find to be surprising.
Who's going to be the second highest Bronco on this list?
It's going to be
Surtain's going to be number one.
Probably Benito.
Think Benito.
I don't know who else. Like maybe Hufanga, but I think Benito will outrank Hufanga.
What's the chances it's Bo?
The chances Bo is the second. I mean, I don't think very high. I think Benito is for sure going to be higher than Bo on the list, for sure.
Okay.
Could it be Quinn Miners?
Quinn Miners is a good name.
That's a good call.
I think on a lot of the lists on the internet, Quinn will be up there. I just don't know how the players will vote.
I think offensive line goes so many different directions, especially 100%. With the players.
Like you got Garrett Bowles, who should be in the top 100. I don't know if he will be.
And Zach Allen again, it's funny because we're spending the day talking about Sutton. Zach Allen at 70. Zach Allen should be at 51
minimum.
Right.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. If I had to guess, obviously Surtain's going to be a top 10, I would think. I forget where he was ultimately last year, but Surtain, and by the way, we'll talk about Madden ratings when you see these numbers that came out is absolutely ridiculous.
I can't wait to get into that tomorrow.
Absolutely
it's right
ridiculous.
On. It's spot on.
But point being, Surtain is the best player.
Surtain was 10th last year.
Okay. So Surtain, in my opinion, and I think a lot of our opinions, is the best player at his position in the NFL. He was 10th last year. There's no way he's going down from that. I would think Nick Benito's next in line because Nick Benito's probably the second best Bronco on the team.
Okay. Nick Benito last year was 38th. Last year, Bo Nix was 64th.
So Bo made the list last year.
This is why I'm telling you there's no way Bo isn't on this list, and there's also no way he's in the top 20, but I almost leaned to him being in the top 20 more than not on the list because Bo made the list last year. They go to the AFC title game, and I know this list is flawed and the voting's flawed, but I'm with Kev. There's no way he's not at somewhere in the 50s because we know there's going to be a little snub.
If Bo made the list, then last year, then he's definitely top 50 this year.
Right. He's got to be. Phil, when you voted on NFL Top 100 when you were in the league, right?
Yeah. They give you a ballot, and there's a bunch of guys' names. You can honestly list anybody you want, but everybody knows the top dogs that need to be on the list, right? You don't want to just put somebody's name randomly on the list just to do it. That's dumb to do. So yeah, you get to choose.
How much of the league did you watch when you were playing in the league?
All the time, man. Okay. Especially, of course, being a running back, I'm always tuning in. And at the time, Mark Ingram was with the Baltimore Ravens, and he was doing his thing. Of course, Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb, all those guys were doing their thing. So you're always watching to see what they're doing because you're competing against them. Like you're trying to win the rushing record or the rushing title, knowing that for me is like I didn't care about that, but at one point I was battling with them. So it's like why not try to keep pace with them? And so yeah, I'm paying attention just like anybody else.
Bo Nix is definitely on this list. Is there like consternation whether he's not?
No, we were talking through it, and then I forgot where he was last year, and we were just talking about like some of the names that were like on it, and I'm sure you guys will talk about the different quarterback rankings that have come out. It's like where exactly will Bo end up, and how high could he be?
Because if you do the quarterbacks from the ESPN thing yesterday, and then stack them against the guys that have already been named in the NFL top 100. It like kind of makes you believe Bo isn't going to be in the NFL top 100 if you look at it through that scope. But me and him are like, there's no way Bo isn't on this list. I set the over-under at 49.5 where he'll be.
So I think he's going to come inside of 49.5. Yeah. I do. I mean, he just quarterbacked a 14-3 team that had a home field advantage in the AFC. No one's won more games than Bo Nix through the first 2 years of his career. He's tied with Russell Wilson in that category. Here's what I'll say, though. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. The guys who are voting in the ESPN poll, the executives, the scouts, the coaches, they are doing their evaluations on these guys as they're coming out of college.
Yep.
So they have preconceived sort of notions on who they believe these guys are going to be. I think the players will more react to just what's on the field and not having the burden of, what your initial forecast was for Bo Nix. Because as we talked about yesterday, the league was wrong about Bo.
Yes.
Like the pre-draft process was wrong about Bo Nix. Yeah. And I'll raise my hand. I didn't think Bo Nix was going to be this good. I mean, who amongst us, before he played a down
Kevin
of football, like thought that Bo was going to be this good? Like rewind time 2.5 years ago, did we think Bo Nix was going to win the most games of any quarterback? No. Like even if you were the most bullish on Bo Nix, you couldn't have predicted this. And I think the players will react to Bo on the field in a vacuum, whereas executives, scouts are still shedding the skin of who they thought he was going to be.
Yeah, and I hear you real quick. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM Laramie, Dover, and Cecil, Shapiro and Piro in, brought to you by our friends over at Wayback Burgers. I think ultimately where Bo Nix ends up is going to be fascinating, but the big topic of conversation has been Cortland Sutton at 68.
Yeah.
One spot ahead of Lamar Jackson at 69.
Why do you do this right now?
You want to go after last week? You want to go back to it, Phil? You and I?
Hey, man. Why you got to free that up?
Well, I'm just saying, because Lamar at 69 is insane considering where he's been on the list before. And for Cortland to crack the list for the first time at 68, I think also says something, fellas.
Well, I'll say this. I think this list has historically been a what have you done for me lately list. It is a thermostat. That's what it is. The list is a thermostat. Phil, you came in after 1 year and were in the 60s.
Yeah, I know. It comes down to like your peers. But also you have to understand that everybody gets a chance to vote, but not everybody's vote is as powerful as another. So, for example, Von Miller votes. They're going to look at Von's vote and say, okay, I take that more than I will back up.
Wait, really?
Oh,
so it's like weighted?
Yeah, it's weighted, man. As much as people don't understand and know that, it is weighted. So when you have these players, like, for example, Max Crosby, he has a lot of respect for Bo. So when Max goes down there and says, hey, Bo Nix should be in the top 40, and a bunch of other guys start to do the exact same thing, they're going to look at that vote and say, okay, like, we value his opinion more than somebody else's. And I think, like, everybody does that at some point, but just know that, like, the older guys and the guys that have more power, like, their vote's going to be a little heavier than a backup.
Sure. Well, I'll just say this. Lamar was terrible last year.
Correct.
Right? I mean, he
wasn't good.
He had a 5-game stretch where he did not hit 55% completion rate. We had never seen Lamar look this bad. And he was banged up, right? He didn't have stuff going on. So, like, okay, he falls, what is 60 spots he fell or something like that?
He was the last 2 years that they did this.
So, two years in a row. Yeah. I think we're going to be stunned by where Bo Nix comes in on this list. I'm going to call my shot right now. I say he comes in at 29.
29?
Yeah.
No, I'm with Zach because You lose to the Broncos so many times the last 2 years as a player. You go over there and you think, oh, who's the star of their team? Oh, it's Bo. Bo's beating us. Even if you don't think Bo is actually the 29th best player in the league, from a player's perspective, like you keep losing games to the Broncos and Bo's the guy.
And he's a quarterback.
And he's the number one playmaker on offense for 2 years in a row.
Correct.
There's no JSN. There's no Justin Jefferson. Like who at their skill position to the left and right of Bo is ending up on this list or on the top 10 list that's coming out through ESPN. Like we're not like you're seeing a couple offensive linemen, but you're not seeing like J.K. Dobbins, Cortland Sutton, and I know Sutton got his flowers today, and I can't wait to talk about this. But I think that I think the players look at Bo like, dude, this guy is a playmaker.
Yeah.
And so I think that
29's a bit rich for me. I'm gonna go.
It could
30.
be. It could be.
But also you're right. It's the intangibles as well. Like Bo is a baller, man. Like you know what you're gonna get out of him every single Sunday, Monday, and a Thursday night if you have one. And when you're going toe to toe with someone like Josh Allen and you win, or you're going toe to toe with Max Crosby when he sacks you and you get up and you get in his face, that's how you earn respect in the league. Not just from the players, but the coaching staff's like, hey man, that dude's crazy and we love it. So I would not be surprised if he's 29. I'm gonna go 35.
Sure.
I think they're going to look at it like, hey, 35, you're moving down on the list, you're 35, and now you can maybe even crack the top 20 or maybe even top 15 next year if you have another solid year if you're Bo Nix.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. You guys want to call your shot?
Don't be
I'll
scared
let you
now.
go first if you want. Because he was 64 last year. I think he moves up. I don't know if I'm as aggressive as ZB is, though.
I am coming in at like 41.
Yeah, I was
41.
Going to say
You said he was 62?
64.
Or 64?
Right?
Okay. Yeah, I probably bit off more than I could chew saying
61,
29.
sorry.
Well, Lamar, look what just happened to Lamar.
Yeah.
He's at 69, and he was at, what, number 2 for the last 2 years?
The last time we saw Bo play a football game, he looked like one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen.
Based off this
We've ever
conversation.
seen?
Well, I mean,
slow down.
That game against Buffalo.
He said
I mean,
last
you
time
were
we
there.
saw Bo Nix, he looks like one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Hold on. That game against Buffalo
was
was just
awesome.
about as good as a quarterback can play. That's
was
what I
awesome.
mean. Like, you cannot play better than Bo. I'm not calling him one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, but that performance the last time we saw Bo was just about perfection from the quarterback position.
But also he outdueled the MVP.
He did. But even the MVP had a chance, and it wasn't the MVP's fault at the end there. If Cookie holds on to the ball, Josh Allen's probably moving on to the next round.
If Sean calls the fake punt,
Yeah,
Josh
that
Allen's
too.
probably moving on to the next round.
Dude, unbelievable. And you look back at that game and what was coming out in that Wickersham article of like, the turnovers were great. We were the worst defense by every metric in that game in the league.
Yep.
Like the worst in the league. And what did Buffalo account for? Like maybe like 480 yards of offense, something
almost
like that.
500 yards.
I mean, they just ran it down their throat. And so like you should not be going into an overtime game when you're +5 in turnovers. Like that should not have happened.
I still can't believe the one before halftime. That was the one that
insane.
I can't.
Right.
Yeah.
When they were being aggressive, right?
Yep.
And it was the fumble.
And they would have had a field goal, and Josh just fumbles it like for no reason
That was
whatsoever.
That was old Josh Allen. That was 2019 sort of Josh Allen.
Trying to do too much.
Since then, coming into the Bills game, and you know I'm gonna play a little defense for my guy, but coming into the Broncos game, Josh Allen had the #1 touchdown to interception ratio in the history of the NFL postseason. And then he sort of gave a lot of that equity back, but making some of those crazy decisions. There was another one. You guys remember the Bills were driving into the in the red zone, and God, who forced the fumble? It was James Cook. You know, they're going in. They're going to go up 2 possessions.
Alex Singleton
it was Alex
forced
Singleton.
The second fumble.
The Bills are about to go up 2 possessions, and James Cook, the rushing leader, puts it on the rug. You know, something my guy Philip Lindsay never did once.
Hey, here we go.
Had the NFL record.
By the way, how's Josh doing? Because you're helping his golf game. Obviously, right? You got one holding his neck, one holding his ass.
Upon request.
No, man, my man Josh could play golf, man. I tell you that right now.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good.
Yeah,
he's pretty
fun to
good.
watch.
All right, today